What's up?
You used to be funny.
Getting ready to do debating.
We used to have time.
I wonder if you would go on there or not.
Time without money.
Well, my wife would go take care of
We used to look sad.
I had planned.
We used to have luck. Time without money. We seem to have the time it took. We used to have our things in place. Now reel me in, I've come too deep. Forgotten what you used to say. We used to have time. We used to be careless. We used to look sad, but we couldn't care less. We seem to have the time it took. We used to have our things in place. Now reel me in, I've come too deep. Forgotten what you used to say. Do you feel it? We used to feel this. Do you see me? Young and carefree. We used to have time. We used to be careless. We used to have time, but we couldn't care less. Do you feel it? We used to feel this. Do you see me? Young and carefree. Do you hear me? Will you stay here? Do you feel me? Will we care less? Do you feel it? We used to feel this. Do you see me? Young and carefree. It used to be luck. You used to be funny. We used to have time. Time without money. We used to feel bad. We used to look sad. We used to have luck. Time without money. seem to have the time it took. We used to have our things in place. Now reel me in, I've gone too deep. Forgotten what you used to say. We used to have time. We used to be. Oh,
redemption. I forgot to mention that I have a strong urge, a thirst for the word. Inside daydreams, I can see past the caravans, be caught inside an oyster, shimmering, glimmering, make waves in the sky. Stick my tongue out, draw a line in the sand just because I can. Ooh, ooh.
get old, turn to the sea. I don't know how, but you found me. Never too late to get up. Maybe it's not as hard as you think. Some things you cannot change. You feel it but out of range. Your mind is at war, trying to find the answer. You look from every angle. This time I promise you it runs deep, yeah. This is hardwired, and I don't care about the fact that I don't belong here. And every time I close my eyes, still it's hardwired. Oh, this is hardwired. You caught me out of the blue. Said I don't care what they do. I will be fine as long as I'm close to the water. Water. Why'd you buy me flowers? I've been here for hours. You know that this is hardwired, and I don't bother to react. God knows I'm tired.
You know I heard you made 200 million. I guess it's true, I heard it from a childhood friend. You bought a big home and moved back to the island with kids and a wife and a dog. Boy, you've come really far. You had a boulder filled with all your dream cars when we were 17, and now you got them all. And I drive by your house every day, yeah, it feels kinda weird, and I wonder, do you ever think of me too? Now you're playing with the big boys, finally got some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. When I come and go, you told me you would not succeed. Not like your friends with super wealthy families. Tears in your eyes, you set the bar kinda high. Would do anything to forget your father's goodbye. Guess I didn't fit in that frame of your life, but I hope that you find all that love in your kids and your wife. Now you're playing with the big boys, finally got some big toys, making all your girls spoiled. Daddy's got it all solved. I was never your choice, but I hope you're happy. I hope you are happy. Now you're they fall back down and they keep getting up and they try to steer clear. I'm afraid, I'll admit. What if I'm stuck in my mind? I'm not great, neither rich, but will you stay here by my side? All the good times turn into memories and the revelry goes on. Let's have a good time, night of the century. Our best days can't be done. All the good times turn into memories and the revelry goes on. Let's have a good time, night of the century. Our best days can't be done.
All right, there we go. Sarah, can you hear me? I'm just capturing this screen. Yeah, I can kill it. I mean, it's not live. I mean, it's not on my screen. I haven't put you up on the big screen yet. That's okay. Yeah, I had a link that you had given me, and so when I came on, I was like, it kept sending me to like the last stream I was on, and I'm like, wait, why is that? What's going on here? I was like, did you send me the right link? And then I realized that I didn't scroll up far enough. That's okay. Yeah, you guys should just hear me right now. Yeah, you should only hear me for right now. I'm going to pop everybody up here in just a second. Maybe I could do that now. What this looks like.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the Sith army into battle. Wielding her sword, She fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with
Yes,
each
thank
new
you.
generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato. This keyboard warrior princess fights for
What's up,
justice
Desmond? How are
in
you?
every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the Sith troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.
You can hear me and you can hear her, right? Or that you can hear that, right? Good. All right.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live yet another Moderator Monday. For this evening's topic, it's Free Ross. Is Ross Ulbright? Is it Ulbright? Ulbricht. Was Ross Ulbricht pardon justified? This has to do with the recent Trump pardoning of Ross's whole extravaganza, and these four fine folks are here to debate the matter. To my upper left, we have Nina, we have Ghosty, we have the Powder Dusty, and Grid One Motorsports. And for our opening statements, we're going to go ahead and start with Nina.
All right, so I feel like let's just start with the basic. Who is Ross Ulbricht? Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous felon who was cynically pardoned by Donald Trump to win support from the libertarian/cryptocurrency community. He is described by Manhattan U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara as a drug dealer and criminal profiteer who's exploited people's addictions and contributing to the death of at least 6 young people. Ross Ulbricht, also known as Dread Pirate Roberts, created and operated the darknet marketplace called Silk Road, an online
So
marketplace
it's,
that
going on
facilitated
here,
the
ladies and
trade in
gentlemen.
narcotics and other illegal
believe
products
that
and
I'm muted
services
over
such
there.
as fake IDs and hacking services. Sales
I'll
were
speak.
anonymous using
All
Bitcoin.
right. This is going to be
He was
great.
found guilty on
This is
February
going to be
5th,
really good.
2015 on all 7 counts. Count 1,
Just wait.
distribution
Just
/
wait.
aiding, speaking of
I
heroin,
need to see some grip tonight, too. If you
distribution
want,
/
you want the
aiding
blood,
distribution of narcotics,
see the
heroin,
grift.
cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 2, distribution and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 3, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count 4, continuing criminal enterprise. This is the type of charge that is around mob-related crimes. Count 5, conspiracy to commit or aid and abet computer hacking. Count 6, conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent identity documents like fake IDs. Count 7, conspiracy to commit money laundering. He was sentenced to double life in prison plus 40 years without the possibility of parole. Ulbright was also ordered to pay about $183 million in restitutions based on the total sales of illegal drugs and counterfeit IDs sold through the Silk Road. And if that's not enough, another dangerous detail of who Ross Ulbricht is that his messages from his DPR account, Dread Pirate Roberts account, that he was logged into when he was arrested. This message history is notable for his conversations with an undercover law enforcement agent, which he did not know was that at the time, and a separate third party where he had commissioned multiple 6 total hits on individuals including his own employee, Curtis Green, and a vendor on the Silk Road who allegedly threatened him with releasing client information. Green was actually not killed, but Ross Ulbricht thought he was, since his death was staged by law enforcement to have it look as if that hit was carried out. Ross Ulbricht was indicted on the charge of attempted witness murder and use of interstate commerce facilitating in commission of murder for hire. However, they were dropped after his federal conviction. That being said, the possibility of Ulbricht might have commission hits was considered by the judge in sentencing Ulbricht to life and was a factor in the Second Circuit decision to uphold the sentence on his appeal. Some think that the sentence of 2 life sentences plus 40 years was excessive, which is a different topic of debate. However, it is notable to mention that Trump could have commuted his sentence, but instead chose to do a full blanket pardon. So instead of it commuting, he decided to just pardon him. I believe strongly that Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous person who has no regard for life if it interferes with his business. His pardon is a blatant attempt to win over libertarians with little cost to Trump's agenda. And it's another example of Donald Trump pardoning dangerous felons who have committed violence and sexual crimes, including to children and law enforcement.
Thank you. And Ghosty, to you.
Okay. So yeah, Ross Ulbricht is the creator of Silk Road, and Silk Road was an online black market, mostly known for selling drugs, but also sold access to hitmen, men for hire, purchase for hire, body parts, weapons, cyanide.
I
and
fucking
occasionally
told you
humans
it was going to be
and
nonsense.
child pieces,
Just
even though he did
wait,
not allow
ladies
that,
and gentlemen.
things
Just
like that do
wait.
slip through on
It's
the
coming.
dark web websites.
It really is. It's
the
coming.
website was responsible for $1.2 billion in sales of illegal goods and services, which the site initially took a 6.23% commission on every trade. He was a libertarian, so he believed in the legalization of drugs. And as a former drug addict, you know, this intrigues me, definitely, but for all the wrong reasons. And he created this anonymous black market because of his libertarian belief system. He saw it as freedom, which, by the way, drug addiction is the furthest thing from freedom. But nonetheless, he created this in the beginning of 2011. After the first year, the site is estimated to have made $500,000 in sales every week. And his goal was to be a billionaire by the time he reached 30, which he looks like he was on track to doing. When he first started the site, he didn't have product to sell. So he started growing mushrooms and started selling them. And if you want to talk about the legalization of drugs or how illegal they should we treat dealers different from users? Like, I'm all for that, like certain drugs decriminalized, blah, blah, blah. But Ross sold mushrooms on the site, but he also created different categories, including, sorry, where'd they go? Okay, cannabis, dissociatives, ecstasy, opioids, others, prescription, psychedelics, and stimulants. So although the first item sold on the site was mushrooms, he intended the site to be used for much more. One of his moderators messaged him one time, should we allow people to sell kidneys on the site? And he was like, he determined that it wasn't up to him to decide how users use the site, used his platform. But, you know, these sales were authorized and approved by him. So, and yeah, Trump pretty much just pardoned him, not out of principle, but just for libertarian votes. That was it. He likes freeing people. And I really can't think of much ways to excuse this guy, especially because his messages did include the assassination attempt of 6 people, including one of his close employees and friends. So we'll get into all that, though.
Perfect. Thank you. And Flow State, also known as Powder Dusty.
Yeah. So if we look at what Ross Ulbright was convicted of and what he actually did, what he did was he made an online marketplace that uses cryptocurrency. So think eBay, except with crypto. Marketplaces aren't illegal. Crypto's not illegal. Everything is perfectly on board. Then he got held responsible for anything and everything that was alleged to happen on his site and got 2 double lifetime sentences with no possibility of parole. That's insane. First charge, aiding and abetting distribution of narcotics by means of the internet. For that, that's 10 years to life, and for that he got a life sentence without parole. However, the prosecution charged that Ross delivered these drugs. They convicted him as if he was delivering them, yet no evidence was presented at all to support that. They're holding him responsible for the things that happened on his platform. Never did they present anything that showed that he did it. So that's a massive. The application of justice here is way out of whack. If you could hold people responsible for every single thing that happens on their platform, then we need Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg arrested for what happens on Twitter and Facebook. Another charge, continuing a criminal enterprise. This charge was added by the prosecution when Ross chose to go to trial instead of taking a plea deal. That right there undermines the right to a fair and speedy trial. Conspiracy to aid and abet computer hacking. It was not alleged that Ross ever hacked any computers, but that others who had listed hacking software on his site for sale had done so. So he, again, being held responsible for other people's actions. Conspiracy to traffic in fraudulent IDs. Again, it was never alleged at all that he trafficked in fraudulent IDs, only that was a product sold on the platform by others. And finally, conspiracy to launder money. Again, it was not alleged that he did anything, only that counterfeit stuff was being sold on the platform that he produced. Everything that he was convicted of were the actions of other people. The assassination attempts have been referenced by both of them, and however, he was never charged with assassination attempts. So there's something the math doesn't math on this assassination attempt, and why he was never charged with that, but a judge would think to reference that in sentencing seems a little bit absurd to me. That's all.
Thank you. And Grid 1 to you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for having me. It's great to have everybody here. It's going to be a good debate.
You're muted, Grid.
Oh, I did mute myself. Stand
That's
by.
okay.
I did mute myself. Stand by. Sarah, thank you for having me. It's great to be here. Going to have a nice spirited debate tonight. I can tell already. This is going to be awesome. So a couple of things right out of the gate. Ross was accused of many things. None of them stuck. The only things they got him for was drug trafficking, which they never were able to actually prove, but he was convicted of it. We'll get to that in a minute. Computer hacking, as the Powder Dusty said, there's no evidence of that either. Not one shred of evidence that he ever hacked a computer anywhere on the planet. Money laundering. Money laundering is interesting because they were pissed that he was using Bitcoin, which they couldn't tax. More on that in just a second as well. So this is great. This is really great. The prosecution never proved that he trafficked anything. Not one thing. All he did was develop a website on the dark web specifically for people to exchange things in secrecy. And that annoys the government when you do that. It deprives them of all kinds of things like regulations and taxes. The government hates that. They really do. And so they were motivated to track this guy down, and they used an undercover agent to solicit him to move drugs, to traffic in drugs. Notice they never convicted him of that because he never did it. The agent was never actually able to get him to traffic drugs. They just had conversations about it. Now, And that agent was actually represented himself as a prolific mover, large amounts of drugs. That's NBC's words, not mine. Yeah, so that's what, at best, it allowed people to conduct business in secrecy, which the government hates. Now, sure, I'm sure some people abuse it, but every single day I see people hawking T-shirts on Facebook that their autistic kid all of a sudden knows how to do art, and please buy his shirt for $25, and you never get anything. So that's, if we're going to talk about scamming, let's just be a little more intellectually honest about it, shall we? And moving on, the judge biased the entire trial from the word go. Now, this is not unusual for that court. It's the exact same court that Trump was tried in federally, where the judge actually convicted him of a felony. Oh, how about that? And that was in Manhattan, by the way. Guys arrested in San Francisco, but they bring it to Manhattan. Why do you think that is? It's very interesting. They actually ended up trying the court. I believe they finished the case in D.C., but a change of venue 3 times is interesting in and of itself. They were literally just browbeating this poor young man into submission. But that's a guess on my part, but it seems to be a popular prosecutorial tactic. Now, the judge biased the court by literally saying in the court that Ulbright had actually solicited 6 murder for hires, 6 incidences. No bodies, no accounting of any money changing hands from one person to another. By the way, that you need that for murder for hire. They do have a couple of conversations where he said, yeah, I wouldn't mind if this guy disappeared, but that is not soliciting murder for hire. I've personally said that I wouldn't mind if my teammate disappeared, and he knows that. And I'm not arrested as yet. Maybe after the show. Now, there is even more reason to be suspicious of this because the prosecutor's tactics in going for the maximum sentence is interesting in and of itself. But worse is that during the investigation, 2 federal officers, 2 of them, stole Bitcoin. And would you believe that those agents, Carl Force of the Drug Enforcement Administration and Sean Briggs of the Secret Service, betrayed the public trust and sought to profit from their official positions? Who would have thought? Government agents, crooked. Who would have thought that? It's absurd, I tell you. But anyway, upon conviction, they received 78 months and 71 months, respectively, and they actually stole stuff. They actually committed a federal crime in concordance to their duties as federal agents. Why did they not get a life sentence for this atrocity? One wonders. Anyway, again, I can't wait to dive into this. At best, they get him for tax evasion, for not paying taxes on the money that he made by secretly exchanging Bitcoin on the open market. However, he, as near as I can tell, he didn't actually cash in very much of it. He just held it. And holding on to millions of dollars is not a crime, as much as the United States government would want you to think so. It is not a crime to have money in your wallet that they don't know about. And with that, I'm going to cede my time and let's get into this. It's going to be great.
You didn't have any time left, Grid.
Oh, fine.
All right. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your opening statements. And as a kind reminder to the viewers and chatters, we will go into open panel at the end of this. They're going to have their debate, closing statements, read and respond to any super chats. Then we will open the floodgates to hell. All right. The floor is open.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you mind if I go first, sir?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Okay. I have to be honest with you. I'm sorry. Who was the last person who just spoke? Motorsports?
Yeah, I'm Grid. Grid 1. Grid 1 works.
Grid 1?
Mhm.
You already do 1? All right.
Mhm.
I noticed most of your position was just from like incredulousness, so I'm actually going to go and address.
Yeah, I'm sure you
our other
did. You
friend
didn't
here.
actually research the facts.
Yeah,
You
because
just went by feelings.
well, the funny thing is, you clearly didn't. So I want to actually go back to what our other friend here, Powder, Dusty, I think. You mentioned earlier about your online marketplace, and one of the main. Feel free to repeat this, but you said that you didn't feel like a seller is at all liable for the things that are sold on their market. Do you still stand by that?
I don't think that a marketplace, is responsible for every vendor within it. Correct.
So would you think that if like Amazon was selling child porn, would you be like think that Amazon should not be? Because you did say something later where you said that eBay and if they were doing something like that they should be
I said that.
responsible. And I would agree. Well, he also might have said that, but like I have it all written down, so you might have both said it, but I was more paying attention to what he was saying. But like, would you agree with me that they should be held accountable?
I think that if they know about it, that they should be required to remove it. And my understanding of Silk Road is that they did have actually that policy in place regarding CP to pull it off.
Okay, but you're trying to also equate, but you think it's like okay to sell the drugs? It's just not the CP. Ethically
or legally?
Both.
Yes, I think I'm absolutely fine with drug sales. Ethically, I understand legally that there is there could be nuance.
And from my point of view, it's irrelevant to the conversation because we don't know that he knew that drugs were being sold on his website because they were numbered auctions.
Of course,
this is why I know you didn't do any research because
he made the site on purpose. I already told you the categories that he originally made on the site.
What were the categories?
The categories.
You didn't actually say that, Ghosty.
You didn't.
I literally read them off. Here, the original categories. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you looked that up. I also
I found them.
You've seen the DMs.
Can I read the categories first?
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were looking.
Okay, so in alphabetical order: cannabis, dissociatives, ecstasy, opioids, others, prescription, psychedelics, and stimulants. Those were the categories that he put on.
Are all of those drugs illegal?
Yes, to sell.
Are they?
To sell without a prescription?
In which country? Because, they were actually selling across the world.
He's an American.
Yeah, in all
I understand he's an American. It's an American website, but when you do business across the world, you can't say just because this website does it.
This is how I know you don't have any idea what you're talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. What you're trying to do is you're trying to say, hey, just because this website does business in China where this is legal, they can't do it because it's based here in the U.S.
He was selling in the U.S. and Canada. Most of his product was in North America.
He also sold mushrooms himself, which morally I don't care, but legally
the law
illegal.
For distribution of drugs is to manufacture, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent to manufacture, or to create, distribute, or dispense or possess with intent.
Create, distribute.
He created a platform. If you never have the drugs, if you never have the money, if you have no part of the exchange,
you think that a kingpin, like a drug kingpin, like a mob boss,
a cartel leader,
a cartel leader. Do you think because they never physically touch them that they're not guilty of the crime of drug trafficking?
Do they call the shots? Do they direct the supply and receive the revenue? Yes.
And receive. She just told you that like every single purchase that they would do, I think you said 8%.
Every single transaction.
Initially, it was 6.3. 6.3.
Yeah, he was getting a cut of everything that was being sold on that website. So the idea of you denying the fact that he's getting a cut, he's literally the same as a cartel leader.
And the difference
he's not anywhere near a cartel leader.
The difference between eBay and Craigslist and stuff like this is those websites don't allow or approve those trades. So
have you ever heard of this? You ever heard of a publication called Backpage?
Of these trades.
Let her finish.
But on other sites where these things do happen, that's not allowed, and they try to.
Have you
take
ever
those
looked
things
around
down.
Wish or Temu?
Yeah.
Do you think that if somebody buys drug ingredients off of Temu, for instance, and they pay with
ingredients, not drugs,
it's still possessed with intent to distribute.
Okay, like what?
And they buy them with a Visa card. Should Visa be responsible?
You can buy things from Home Depot to make drugs.
Correct.
Yeah, like salt and like
You're literally proving out that.
Should Duracell be responsible for the lithium strips that get?
No, he is selling the actual drugs.
he
did
didn't
not
sell anything.
I mean, he did sell mushrooms,
okay,
but
so
he
if Jeff
created a
Bezos set up
platform
a
intended
marketpla-
to
yes.
sell drugs. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was with you. Like, yeah, do you think if like a marketplace was if I set up a marketplace, because this is again also a lot of cartels deal with each other. Like, you could argue that there's a marketplace within like the cartel trade that is a similar but less just directly online aspect. Would you I want to get you to agree with this. Do you have a problem with that or no?
I don't understand the question. It didn't make sense.
You didn't make any sense.
Let me rephrase that. I had a lot of ideas there at the same time. Let me rephrase that. You're right. Would you be okay with the way that the modern cartels work, where they work within creating a marketplace, where they have a partnership with other illegal gangs or whatever, to sell drugs to people? Are you okay with them because they're creating the marketplace? Do you, even if they're not directly the ones selling it, the fact that they're creating this illegal, we know it's illegal. Obviously, if you look at any of the statutes, it was clearly illegal. Stop. Would you both agree that that would be bad, illegal, and you would be against it?
I don't answer loaded questions first. And second, do you understand the disconnect that you're making?
Question. I would like you to answer it. That's how questions work. So
it's a loaded question. I don't answer loaded questions. So do you understand the disconnect in your argument?
Okay, well then you don't have to be a part of this conversation. I'm asking your friend here.
Let me answer because it was kind of a jumbled question, but I'll answer this. I think that I personally think all drugs should be legalized. I think it's a voluntary exchange, and there is no direct victim, and it should not be illegal regardless. What was the rest of the? Do I think it's illegal? And I guess I didn't understand.
No, I'm asking, are you okay with like the cartel? Where like obviously the idea of it being set up is it's a marketplace.
I'm okay with drugs being sold, and it's not illegal. Let me also say it's not illegal to profit from drug culture or drug. Right, the biggest show on TV is Breaking Bad. We listen to rap music.
What year are you?
You can walk into a gas station and see hats with weed leaves on them. Drug culture.
Well, weed's legal in most states.
Well, okay, not federally, it's not. But to profit from derivative drug businesses, right? To profit off of drug culture in such a way is not illegal.
Specifically illegal ones. You're trying to distract us here. We're talking about illegal drugs.
No, we answered your question perfectly.
Like,
you're trying to deflect.
You think that fentanyl should be able to just be sold?
I think every drug
like you should go on Amazon. There should be like an Amazon for fentanyl.
Like alcohol. I think we should handle everything like alcohol.
Fred, do you agree?
I'm sorry, I don't want to interact with that specific question because you know that it's a fallacious question. It's not dealing with the argument.
No,
the argument is it justified for us? My belief on whether or not drugs should be legal is irrelevant to the conversation.
I mean, it's not because
it is absolutely irrelevant. We're talking about was it justified?
It's an attempt to pearl clutch.
No, it's just
look, I don't care about your feelings. The simple fact is that he was maliciously prosecuted. There was the crime that they tried to get him for. They couldn't even get the crimes right. Like if they wanted to get him for drug charges, they would have got him for drug charges. They didn't get him for trafficking. They didn't get him for any of that because they couldn't. If they could have, they would have. They got him for computer crimes. They got him for bullshit.
Let's go into one at a
and
time.
they gave him 2 life sentences plus 40 years, which is totally out of bounds. And the judge and the prosecutor had lots of misconduct. In fact, they had to put 2 of their agents in jail. You are not dealing with the actual argument. Is it justified? You're trying to make this weird argument about drugs. I don't care about drugs. I don't care. I don't care what he was selling. I literally don't. I don't care if he was selling machine guns out of the back of a Jeep. It doesn't matter because the government...
Do you care about the cartel coming over our border and selling drugs?
That is irrelevant to the conversation.
Why?
So no, I don't care. I don't care. I'll concede that. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so you're okay with... Okay, again, do you want to read the counts again to you about what he was...
I read them to you, and I showed you where they were fallacious. You simply keep trying to go back to what about...
To the facts,
ism?
yes.
What about is it drugs? What about is it drugs?
I don't care about it, my guy.
It's irrelevant to the question. The question is, was it justified? Was the pardon justified? It absolutely was. There was prosecutorial misconduct. They couldn't even get him on a legit.
Is relevant. You can't say that's on.
I absolutely can say that. You can't not say that.
If you're saying that everything's irrelevant, and in the conversation,
No, I said all of the whether my feelings on whether drugs are legal or not are relevant.
It is relevant.
It is not relevant.
No, Grid. The
It's a
reason
red
it's
herring.
relevant,
It's a fallacious argument.
Let me explain to you.
I'm arguing with it. It's irrelevant, and you.
The
look,
reason, the reason
Ooh.
it is relevant, Grid, is because the reason he created the website is based on his libertarian philosophy. Excuse me, that he wanted to sell drugs. He wanted a place for people to sell illegal items anonymously on the website. That was his intention.
All right, let me take it back a notch.
Does intention matter in a court of law?
What does his motivation to create a website have to do with the fact that he was charged with 3 charges that have nothing to do with creating a website?
Then, do you think
creating a website for the sale of drugs? That's the part you're missing.
Do you think that somebody who's dangerous should be pardoned?
Do you think that Ross Ulbright, an Eagle Scout, is a dangerous human being?
Do you
okay, hold on. I'm not going down these red herrings, but I will ask you, what about Ross Herring do you think is dangerous?
You guys are ridiculous. Are you kidding
me? No, you are ridiculous. You are ridiculous.
Can be dangerous in the
if we're going to interact, you can't continuously.
Yes, okay, sure. I'll grant that anyone could be as dangerous. And you know why? Because our system of our legal system means that we make predictions off of people's behavior, and that's how we decide if they're going to be dangerous or not. Like
pre-crime.
Okay. All right. Are you done?
Pre-crime.
Are you done?
Like, come on, stop being such a silly Billy here. Like,
silly Billy.
Are you done?
Do you not think that Ross Ulbricht is a dangerous person? Somebody who tried to do a hit?
No, he's an Eagle Scout.
6 people.
He's an Eagle Scout. Okay, so was fucking
I think that the cops and judge and prosecutor involved are all more dangerous than Ross.
Absolutely, 100%. They weaponized the legal system against this man.
That's a whataboutism.
That is not a whataboutism.
That is nothing to do with what.
That was my answer anyway. You can call it a whataboutism. It doesn't matter.
100,000. Did the cops sell drugs to 100,000 people? Like one cop?
No, they stole Bitcoin. They literally stole Bitcoin. Federal agents stole Bitcoin.
Yes, they did, and they were prosecuted for it. What does that have to do with anything?
And they got. Exactly.
Yeah, they got.
Were the feds from Operation when they sent the guns to Mexico? Were they prosecuted?
Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious. Thank you.
Yeah, there's plenty of other shit that we can work on in our criminal justice system that doesn't excuse Ross Ulbricht.
If you want to go after dangerous,
all right.
I'll wait. Are you done? Can I go now?
Oh, I thought the moderator said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was trying to settle everybody down. I wanted to hear from Ghosty because she's kind of been interrupted a lot, and I wanted to at least give her an opportunity to finish uninterrupted, please.
I mean that was just pretty much the comment. Like, I feel like we're just trying to obfuscate by talking about all the other things wrong with our criminal justice system, but that doesn't excuse what Ross Ulbricht did.
Yeah, again, the question is all about like, should he have been pardoned? What is he? Why should he have been pardoned? I guess that's because you guys, again, as she said, obfuscating.
I'm not obfuscating.
Do you
I literally
honestly think
let
that
her finish,
do you
Grid,
think
and then
that
to you.
Ross Ulbricht is contributing to society in a way that because he tried to kill 6 people and he thought he killed multiple people? Why do we want somebody like that in society again?
Are you going to interrupt me again, or can I finish this?
It's your turn, Grid. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, Ross Ulbright's not a danger to anybody but himself, and that's because he's probably likely to trip over a tin can. I guess, I don't know. He's stupid, but at the end of the day, literally the entire justice system failed. They did the exact same thing that the criminal justice system does when it doesn't understand something, but they think they got something. The prosecutor made a mistake. And this is actually the actual argument. The actual argument is it justified? Is the pardon justified? It absolutely is. Trump can look at that case and say, yes, there is prosecutorial misconduct.
That's not why he did it.
So many. I'm sorry.
Let him finish, please.
You like to talk now?
You can keep going.
Contain yourself?
Go on.
You're gonna.
Go
If
ahead,
he's going to
Greg.
be too triggered, I
ahead.
think we can't
Yeah.
have this debate then. I mean, let's just cut to the chase and stop wasting time because it's only a 2-hour debate, and I would like to have more conversation about this. If
You want to have a
okay.
conversation about drugs?
You
I'm
saying
literally
the
talking
prosecutor
about.
made a misconduct? Where is that? I read
Seriously?
through all of that.
The
this
judge
morning.
literally said, "I will quote again." Well, let me find my my prep sheet here.
Okay, can you
The
link
judge
that to me in the
literally
chat? I will look
biased
at
the
it.
jury by determining by mere preponderance
The judge said
of the
that?
evidence. The judge in the case literally said, by mere preponderance of the evidence, Ulbright had solicited murder for hire and advised the jury of it. Do you understand how much that literally ruins the jury right then? It should have been jury nullification. It should have been thrown out and the prosecutor should have started fucking over, but they didn't. You know why? Because they didn't have anything to start
they
with.
had two appeals. They did 2 appeals and they failed both of them because of the fact that the evidence was strong enough for it to stick. So do you
What
have anything else?
evidence?
This
What
is something.
evidence?
This is something
can
I
you
wanted
name
to
it? Can you
point
tell me
out
what
after
evidence they had?
your.
I know.
but-
Do you know? Do you know what evidence they had?
Yes, yeah. So they did have the transfers, the Bitcoin transfers that were linked to Silk Road that linked to his hitmans for hires. They have
No,
those.
that's
they have
false.
yes, they have those
no,
transactions that
They
cannot be
had
replicated or fucked
transactions
with.
from his website.
No,
They did not have hitmen. There were no
They come from his
hitmen.
wallet that
But-
he's had
and-
multiple
but Grid,
interactions
this
with
is-
that was
the-
The
personal.
hitmen never existed.
Grid,
It's
this is why. No, they didn't. But this is why the
They
prosecution
didn't.
didn't. Shut
They
up!
didn't exist.
Shut the fuck up! This is why they didn't want to include. This is why they didn't want to include this in their prosecution case, is because there were no dead bodies and it would muddy the water and it would muddy their
That's
case.
right. There were no
They knew they
hitmen.
had.
Hold
They
on.
knew they had
He's 100%
overwhelming
right.
evidence to just prosecute him on what was already there. So even though there was proof to show that he had
There is
hired
no
these
proof.
hitmen.
There's never been any
believed
proof. No
he
proof.
believed these people
There
were
is
dead.
proof. Are
He
you
believed
serious?
that.
Then, okay, so
I'm
you're
serious.
saying-
I looked through the
hold on,
evidence
you're
on the
saying
FBI
that
website.
reason-
There's no
Let me show
proof.
you
Well,
it.
What did you go to the free Ross Ulbright website?
No, I went to the FBI website.
You sit the fuck down and shut up. You're getting on my nerves over each other like that. Flow state to you, please. You haven't had really
So
much
what you're
fun.
saying is that they had clear-cut proof of him hiring hits, but chose not to convict on that. Instead, they chose to prosecute him on shit they didn't
Correct.
have proof of.
Because exactly what Ghosty was saying, where it's like if there, and also Motorsport was saying is because there's no actual dead people, so it's
Yeah.
very difficult to charge off of
attempted
people.
murder is
But the
attempted
thing
murder.
is, it was
Yeah.
done by it was a sting operation. Like this is not like a fucking new concept.
So why?
Like,
By the
they-
same agents that
Because
what-
because Flow State, because the
it's
guy
entrapment.
it was an agent. It was an FBI agent. So if the
Yeah,
if the prosecution starts showing like, oh, one of our own,
because
it wasn't an FBI
flimsy,
agent. It was a Baltimore
flimsy, and
task
it was
force.
entrapment.
it was
It was not a Baltimore task
FBI,
force. That's
it was
wrong.
a
Yeah.
DEA agent.
Okay. I think he was.
Now we've changed the
worked
agency
for
4
Baltimore,
times in one
But-
sentence.
Yeah, can we figure out who did that?
It's a hold on, give me one
It was
second.
Carl Force. I'm pretty sure he was a
Yeah, I'm
part
pretty
of
sure he's a
the
DEA agent.
DEA Baltimore
Agent has
task
been
force.
taken on. Yes.
So
It was a DEA.
So if the prosecution starts saying like, "Oh, he hired a hitman," which happened to be one of our own DEA agents, that doesn't look good for the prosecution, even though there's proof of him
Right.
doing
You ever heard
that.
of, you ever heard
But
of
and the
Ruby Ridge?
prosecution
That's
is allowed
illegal.
to present the
That's
evidence.
Illegal. Entrapment is illegal.
But he
Yeah.
still. The point is that Ross still believed
not.
that he had murdered
Entrapment?
these
Yes, it is.
people.
They didn't prosecute because their own agents were dirty and were stealing money. They didn't prosecute because what they did is called entrapment. They didn't prosecute because they didn't have it. It didn't exist. You were making shit up just like
I'm
you
not
did.
making shit up.
Sitting
You
here
are.
coping,
Well, you're.
like-
I'm
okay,
literally not.
You're replaying shit.
I
that's
literally
made
just
up.
kind of repeated what
Yeah,
you
with
said,
all the
but you're
facts.
framing it differently.
I'm not framing
like,
it
what the
differently.
fuck?
There's a singular way of framing it.
Okay.
Ooh, my brain's
Have
hitting
you
me
guys
back.
ever heard of Ruby Ridge?
Did you just say I'm not framing it differently? It's just a different way
Yes,
of
I
framing
probably
it.
know more
I
about
didn't-
Ruby
I did
Ridge
not
than
do
you
it.
do.
Do you know? You guys ever heard of Ruby Ridge?
Yeah, and I probably know more about it than you do. What's your point?
Oh, really?
So what's your point?
It was,
Bring it up. I don't
so what
understand why it would be related to
so
this
what
particular
was that a
conversation.
justified federal operation? Were they coerced?
You're talking about something that happened in like the 80s?
Wait, is this
No, there was a
Waco?
lot
Yeah,
of
yeah,
malpractice
yeah.
there. However,
Janet
was
Reno,
the guy who
Waco,
wait,
any of this-
are you trying to tell me that the guy who was killed in Ruby Ridge was innocent?
Yeah, absolutely was.
He didn't.
They
was,
murdered
there was
his
no-
wife. What are you talking about?
So wait,
He's
hold on.
still-
The
What is your
fact that-
favorite flavor of boot?
He had children. Right.
That's what I want to ask him, bro.
If you were to suggest a flavor of boot, what would you suggest?
Well, let me ask you. What is your interpretation of Ruby Ridge? Since we're
I
getting
don't
a
know
little
enough
off the
about it
rails
to comment
here.
on it.
So Ruby Ridge is very simple.
What the fuck are you trying to talk about, asshole? You guys don't know anything. This is embarrassing. Like this.
It is embarrassing that you
We
are
came in here with
so.
all of our fucking facts, and you guys
literally
don't know anything, and you're just gonna
you
be
are so
indignant.
indoctrinated.
I'm so nervous about
It's
this. Holy shit! I got my
crazy.
teeth out.
Yeah.
I have
Why do your
Invisalign.
teeth
It
come
came out
out?
a little bit because I have
Oh.
Invisalign and I like rubber bands.
So
I get a little passionate
Ruby Ridge
sometimes.
literally it's literally a black eye on the FBI. It has been for decades.
I know that
The
Waco
FBI.
is. I know enough about
Waco's
Waco.
same Janet Reno, but both cases.
Okay, so you're just kind of saying broad statements about like
I would if you would shut your fucking mouth, I would tell you, but you keep talking. You just can't shut up.
Because I know more than you do.
You
and
don't know
it's
more than
amazing to
he.
me
You've
how
literally
just
been
have
wrong
this,
about
like,
everything. You don't know
weird
anything.
passion about like nothing. Like, you
Literally
don't
wrong
actually-
about everything.
Why do you like Ross Ulbricht? Tell me that.
I don't like him, but he was wrongly convicted, and Trump did the right
So
thing.
the reason why you think that he should have been pardoned was you think that he was wrongly convicted because of what?
What do you mean because of what? They didn't have any
He
evidence.
didn't commit the crime.
He didn't commit the
commit
crime
shit.
that they accused him of. If
how
they
he was,
honestly, to be
he was
honest with
Caught
you,
with his laptop fucking open on the
literally
admin
was
site,
open.
logged
has
in. What
nothing
the
to do
fuck
with
are you
anything.
talking
You are-
about?
you are
Yeah, you're allowed to
literally
be an admin.
insane. It's
What
absurd.
are you talking
You
about?
want me to read
You're not allowed to be an admin on a drug selling site. No, you're not. That's illegal. That
The
is
market-
100%
It is? Can you
fucking
show me that
illegal.
You're
statute?
allowed to be an
Pull
admin
it
on a
up for me.
marketplace. Yes, you are.
No, you're not. If you are
Yes,
if
you
you
are.
are
Can you-
creating a market to
You're the
distribute
one-
drugs,
yes.
no matter how you
Yes.
do it, that is fucking
Yes.
illegal.
It was a marketplace for all
If
sorts of things.
Amazon
For
was selling
illegal-
drugs, Jeff Bezos would have gotten
Dude,
fucked, dude.
You
come
guys
on.
are trying to skirt
You know, they
around this
tried to
because
get him
it's just
for
so
selling
fucking obvious
weapons.
you're wrong.
Did you know that? They
He was-
tried to get him for selling
what's-
weapons, but they
The
couldn't.
laws that he were convicted of were not things he did. He didn't traffic drugs.
He
didn't do
created the marketplace to do it and
He
approved
helped people
of
to do
it.
He would
helped people do
there
it.
is
So-
I
so
have
you're
proven
saying-
many things. I hope I'm not
saying
ever
he's
arrested
Guilty of
for.
being an
He
accessory.
intended for it to happen.
So
He
he's guilty of
intended
being
for
an
the site
accessory?
to be he intended for the site to be used to sell
Is-
drugs
but
and
what was he
approved of
guilty
it.
Which crime would that be? That would be
That's a kingpin statute. The fucking
it's the same as if-
conspiracy.
Yes.
Yeah, to
So
distribute.
we're
It's the same as
Conspiracy.
if you were a cartel
Who
member
did he conspire
and you
with?
never actually touched the drugs, but you just like, oh, I
But
have,
he's
like,
not in
my guys
control
do
of
it.
any
It's
of
like
it.
the exact
Yes, he is. He
not
created the fucking
understand?
website. Are you kidding me? He
Oh,
had
okay,
the
so if you-
authorization
all right, hold on,
to
hold on,
allow
hold on,
what
guys.
could and couldn't be sold
Take it
on
down.
there.
Calm down. Let me ask you this, Ghost. If I sell Flow State, whatever fentanyl comes in, I'm not a drug guy.
Give me a gun.
I sell Flow State something highly illegal and I send it through the U.S. mail. Can I put the Postmaster General in jail for that?
No, you could go to jail for that.
Sure.
you
because
could
I
have
sold it
done
to
that.
Flow. But the Postmaster General supplied.
There is
Not
an
only-
element of that. that
Good,
is
if
true,
they
but I
knew
don't- I
about
think you're
that,
just-
If they knew about that and they allowed that to
Yes.
happen, then yes,
It's
they would go to
perfectly
jail.
illegal
Yeah,
to ship a gun.
she's
by the
100%
way.
right.
You guys
If
obviously-
it's illegal,
It's not illegal. It's not legal for me to have.
But it's legal. It's not legal
I'm
for him
saying-
to have it.
I'm saying if
That's why I was using drugs.
I'm
Flo.
saying if what you are
Let's say
selling
that I
is
should throw a
illegal.
rasher of meth in the in
Look.
the U.S. mail. Is the U.S. Can I then?
You are.
I just want to follow your logic train out.
Uh-huh.
I can then have the Postmaster General arrested for providing the service.
If he allowed it and authorized
Correct.
he absolutely
trade.
authorized. There's his symbol right there on it. It says Postmaster General stamped right on the box.
did he know about it like Ross Ulbricht did?
That's
You think
literally
Ross
how
Ulbricht
legal
knew about
statutes
every
work.
single transaction on his website?
Yes,
He knew
you
that
literally
drugs were being
recorded
sold
them.
and intended for drugs to be sold on his website. Yes.
Correct.
That's like saying that just because I know drugs are going to be
move on
sold
to
in
something else.
fucking
You guys,
the
can we just
UK
take
where
a
they're
dub
legal
and like
doesn't make it legal here.
I
you
do
guys are
recognize
no idea
you
what
guys
you're talking
don't
about.
seem
This
to
is a little bit of
understand
an
globalism
insult,
at all.
honestly.
We are kind of on the drug. Is it illegal
Yeah.
to do?
Yeah, I
what
don't
is
really
made
care. But
points.
Oh, I don't
Hold
really
on just
care.
a
So why the
second.
fuck are you
Let's-
here, dude?
Let's let that piece settle. We can
I'm
always come
here
back
to
it.
make your life hell.
Ed,
And I'm succeeding.
we can always come back to it later, but if somebody has another piece of the topic that they'd like to bring up, that would be fine as well.
Well, here's the thing that they keep glancing over is that he didn't sell anything. He created a platform, a medium
it
for
first.
two. Hold on, let me fucking finish. A medium for two people to facilitate their own exchange. At no point did he sell any of the things that that he was prosecuted for selling.
He did in the beginning,
assisted-
but it
yeah.
doesn't
Also,
matter.
he assisted in people selling. There are messages of him talking
Okay.
about how
The
like, he
messages
would give
have been
advice to
talking to
people to
agents.
put it in the mail. If you're going to sell something that's going to be very smelly, he would suggest having it like a what is the thing where you like
vacuum seal bag.
Yeah, vacuum
So-
sealing. Yeah, he would give people
Okay.
advice on this. He
So what
knew
was the
what he was
proper,
doing.
What would the
He
proper
knew
charge for that be?
that drugs are being sold on his
What
website,
would
as she
the
said, where like
proper
she had,
charge-
that there
All
was
right,
multiple
y'all,
like
y'all are just gonna pretend like I'm not
channels for
asking
it.
this question,
Well, I
aren't
just
you?
want to finish my thing, and then we
Hold
can.
on, I know,
but you haven't
I'll let
answered
you
my
come back in
question.
here.
The
But
proper charge is what he was charged with.
No, it wasn't.
Yes,
No, that's
it
not the proper
is.
charge.
what do you think he
is
should
the
have been
proper
charged
Have you
with?
read the legal statute?
Yes,
I
Okay.
personally have
and I
not,
know
but
you haven't, so I know that's why you're gonna back
No,
down.
I have. I literally fucking read it to you earlier.
Mhm.
I'm probably the only one here who's
yeah,
been charged.
you said
Make your point.
creation.
I'm letting
Flow
you
State
talk,
has
make your
personal
point, dude.
experience
Man,
in
I
this
get
area.
fucking high, and this is like
You said
talking about
creation.
this
Three
is a
people
man.
here. He's the only one that's been in jail for it.
Charge is.
You said creation of distribution. Distribution.
So,
Wasn't that
He
on your
did
list?
not distribute. At no point was he in the pipeline. He was not the pipeline.
I mean, he
He
did
made-
in the beginning, but again, that is
Do you understand
irrelevant
that
because
aiding
he
and
created.
abetting is the same thing as
responsible
distribution?
in
Do you want me to
Verizon
reread? Do you want me to reread to you the things he was charged with?
I want
No,
somebody to
I
read
understand the things he was charged with. You
To
wanna
be
cut
honest,
your pearls
Right,
again.
it's
count
more
one:
about what they were
distribution,
able to
aiding,
convict him with.
distribution, and you know what? They are the
Aiding.
same thing. Distribution and aiding are the same thing in our statutes here. Aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Count two: distributing and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet. Heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine. Conspiracy to
He
distribute
wasn't
narcotics.
convicted of those
Heroin,
charges.
cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
She's reading his charges.
Conspiracy to
He wasn't
commit or-
convicted of
these
those
are the
charges.
illegal things he was charged with.
But he wasn't convicted on even
I'm
one
not
of those.
making this up.
Yes, he was. That's
Which one? Which one, Ghosty? Which one? Which one?
He was convicted on 7 charges.
So
No, he was
aiding and
not.
abetting.
Three.
those charges. Yeah.
Three
So what
charges.
is aiding? What does aiding and abetting mean?
He
to
was
you guys?
convicted on 3 charges.
Prosecution charge.
None of them, any that
No,
she
he was
named.
convicted on 7 charges. You
That
have no
he
idea what you're talking
delivered
about. You
3
fucking
times.
idiot.
7 charges.
Delivered,
Yes.
distributed, and dispensed. He did none of those things.
Distributing, aiding, and abetting is distributing.
Distribution, aiding, distribution of narcotics.
What does aiding and abetting mean?
Charge. You didn't even do any fucking research. Holy shit.
You don't gotta
my
get those
dentist
teeth
is gonna
under
get really
control.
mad about the fact that I keep popping out my fucking teeth here.
It's
So you're
getting
going to keep
intense.
insisting that anybody who facilitates a means of communication, which is what he did, is responsible for the content of the communication. So Verizon is
Can you
guilty.
re-say that? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes. What you're proposing is that somebody who facilitates communication is responsible for the contents of the communication.
Correct. That is basically how the law works.
We need
I'm
to
not
take down
giving you
Verizon.
some
we need to take
theoretical
down
thing.
Sprint,
I'm
No.
telling
we need
you
to
how
take
the
down
law
Facebook,
works.
We need to take
No.
down X. We need to take down Craigslist.
I was
Every
looking at
fucking
all
facility
this shit
of communication
today
down.
because I
Those
thought
sites
I was
aren't
gonna have a
aiding-
debate with some people who knew what the fuck they're talking about. It just seems Ghosty and I are the only people who actually looked into any of this shit.
Those
No,
those
you're
companies
literally-
you
you're
listed.
literally-
You seem to be
Dumb as
the
a
only ones
rock.
who are confused about how the
I've
law
actually
works.
never
No,
debated anybody this
Those
stupid.
companies you
Ironic.
listed
And
are
I've
not
debated some really
involved
stupid
in the aiding and abetting the crimes that the communications are happening on. Like Verizon isn't actively, intentionally trying to create a place to sell drugs and other
Correct.
illegal goods and services. Ross Ulbright
Well, they're not doing anything
purposely
to prevent it. They can read all the text messages.
Facebook, and like Craigslist and eBay, they all have like moderators
Craigslist
to
literally
try to.
has a section
His moderator
for
asked
hookup
him,
and
should we allow kidneys to be sold on the site? He said, yeah.
prostitution. They literally know it happens every day. What do we shut down Craigslist?
So why
They
was
did
he
Backpage. They did
why was he not
Backpage.
convicted of
I literally
trafficking
just-
body parts?
Because
Sorry, I missed that part.
that wasn't a main thing that was sold on the
Again,
site. It was
you're
sold on the
saying
site,
these
and
things
also
fuck's
the
sake.
spyware,
He tried
the
to hire a
hacking,
hit.
the
He
hacking charge. They
selling
did have
parts.
a security section where they sold ways to hack personal webcams,
Yeah, she's right.
counterfeit credit
He was
cards,
charged because of
passports.
that.
Yeah, and I have a
And he
there's
was
a
charged with
website that
that.
teaches you how to build suppressors. The sharing of information is not illegal, you
How do you
dummy.
defend this?
Selling
Oh my
fake
God.
passports is not illegal.
I'm sorry.
He didn't sell them. Again, he made
He
the
aided and abetted in it. He allowed it to happen.
Ghosty, this is a dumb argument. There's literally sites right now that will show you how to build a
No,
machine gun.
I can defeat your argument right now. I can defeat
ahead.
your argument right now. Somebody
ahead.
goes,
Okay. All four of you have been just interrupting each other left and right. So what it sounds like to the viewers is the whole fucking time. So let's just try to at least, even if the person says stupid fucking shit, wait until they say stupid fucking shit and then come back and say that's stupid fucking shit and here's why. Let's just try to be mindful. Everybody's fucking spurging right now and you all look stupid. So back to you, Ghosty, go ahead.
okay, thank you. So when there's a driver and they want to rob a store. The guy goes in to rob the store and he kills the cashier. The guy in the car didn't mean for the guy to kill the cashier. He still gets charged with murder. The driver still gets charged with murder. Murder 1, same thing. So even though
I
he
don't know if
didn't
it-
actually kill somebody, yes, that's how the law works.
I don't think that he'll probably. Even if I can see that, okay, I'll just.
Yep.
I'm skeptical
true.
of that claim, but I'll
There's a
concede it
reason
just
for
the
that.
point of argument and say that Ross didn't drive a fucking car. He didn't deliver anything.
The metaphor is that he was involved
Bad
in
metaphor.
It's not a
Bad
bad metaphor.
a
It's
horrible
he was
metaphor.
involved and aided and enabled and authorized the
Yeah, better.
sales of illegal drugs and goods. And he intended for it, by the way. It's not
Okay,
even
so,
like,
all right,
oh, it
hold
just
on,
fell
hold
out
on.
of his hands.
Can I
He meant
go
for
for
the
a minute?
website.
Can I go for a minute without being interrupted? It would be great. So, okay, let's grant that he did actually aid and abet. I could actually go along with it. To be honest with you, I do think that Ross should have been charged with something, but he shouldn't have been charged with what he was charged with, and he should never have been convicted on it. That none of it was convictable, and therefore it's justified to give him a pardon. That's the question here. I don't honestly care about the drugs. I don't know why we keep going back to drugs. I don't care. There are literally websites that show you how to make a suppressor in your backyard with a beer can. That the sharing of information, no matter how illicit, is not illegal. It doesn't matter, people.
It's
It doesn't
part of
matter.
free speech.
It's and actually protected
not
speech.
To sell drugs.
He didn't sell drugs. My God.
Providing a
sell drugs.
platform. By the
He
way,
did. Let
hold on.
me steal
Hold-
man your
I-
guys' argument then. Let me
Shut
steal your
up!
guys'
I'm
argument.
still talking.
Well, I'm trying to help, but you also
You're
gave
not
me
helping.
1 minute,
You are
dude.
the
Come
one
on.
thing that you're
Did
doing
you
is
tell me
not
to shut
helping.
up? Did I tell you? Like, come on. Like, is to
Seriously?
steal man your argument? Like,
Shut
you want
the
to just yell at me,
fuck
or do you
up
want to
and
actually have a
let me
conversation?
finish
'Cause I
my
can just leave,
point,
like, I guess.
you
Like, if we're
raving
just not even having a
psychopath.
debate here.
I will say the both of you are spurging on each other.
I'm not spurging at all.
All
I'm
right.
perfectly
I do not think that's fair at all.
Grid, everybody's fucking spurging at this point.
Okay.
Grid, chill out. Finish your statement.
No, thank
land
you.
the plane. Land the plane.
actually
and
timed
then Nina, go ahead.
All right, so I'll definitely. I feel like Ross should have been charged with something, but not what he was charged with. It just didn't fit. There's too many problems with it. The agents were getting arrested. That's why they didn't go forward with half this shit. Is because they were being criminals themselves. It's just bad. It's just bad all the way around. He should have been pardoned. He is pardoned. It's the right thing to do. I understand you want to make it about the promise that Trump made to libertarian people. That okay, he promised his mom that he pardoned him, but I think that Trump did the right thing. I think that pardoning him was the right thing to do. Now, relevant, drug and everything's all relevant to me. I don't care. I mean, absolutely. I mean, I don't know why we get into this whole conversation about drugs that I don't care about. And I've never done drugs. I have no frame of reference for it. But I do know that if you're going to convict somebody, you need to have enough proof to do so. And he really didn't. They got lucky on it. They got lucky on appeal, mainly because of jurisdiction. If it had been another portion of the country, they never would have gotten the conviction. I think they know that. But it is what it is. And that's where I'm kind of, and that's kind of the last thing. I mean, you can keep going on with, platform this. By the way, the interesting thing about the platform is you had to have a very specific
All right, I'll go ahead and
website.
keep a timer then if you feel the need that I'm going to... You're so fucking weak when you do this whole like, oh, am I talking over you? Like, come on. It's because you know that you don't have anything. Like, what the fuck are you talking about with this shit? You have no idea what you're talking about in this mission. In this,
I'm the only one here that knows what I'm talking about.
You know what? You're talking over me, asshole. You know, and I shut the fuck up when you were talking, and now all of a sudden you feel like you can talk over me. See, it's annoying, right? It's annoying. It's stupid. All right, so I'm gonna actually get to the main point of what I'm trying to fucking say, right? So, what the fuck do you think that they didn't have on him? Like, honestly, where are you at? You don't even know any of the case. You have no idea what you're talking about. They had so much on him. They had his laptop. They had to do this like weird sting operation where they had to like pretend like there was a couple fighting so they could steal his laptop because he had a system on his computer where if he closed his computer it would like basically mean it would like encrypt his data like crazy. You don't know that though, do you? Because you have no idea what you're talking about. And this is what's like fucking driving up a wall. Anyways, what do you actually think is the issue with the prosecutor? Let's just try and keep this simple instead of you bitching about like, if somebody's being annoying. What are you talking about? What did the prosecutor misconduct was? He was convicted. He was convicted straight up of 7 counts that I read to you earlier in this. So can you give me anything that shows that any of that is illegitimate?
Are you done?
She just asked you a question, dude.
I have no tolerance.
Are you able to answer?
I'm sorry.
She clipped.
Okay, well, we have no tolerance for your bullshit either. So
No, I asked you a question. Can you give me any of that?
I've given you many. I don't need to repeat myself.
Oh, now you okay? So you just can't answer.
You just want to keep circling around drugs, and I don't.
I want
care
you to
about
answer a fucking question.
I answered the question.
Well, you can reiterate it.
I could.
Did you forget?
Are you going to ask me 4 different ways?
I'm going to ask you one more way, and if
you're
you
just going to keep trying to ask the same
Why
question
are you
over and
being
over
so
and over
fucking
and over and
difficult
over
right
again
now?
until you
Get
get
out
the
of your
right red
feelings and
herring.
answer the fucking question. Jesus.
I've already
Well,
answered.
Jay,
the
do you have any
embarrassing,
thoughts
dude.
to it?
I'm not going to add to
Thoughts for what?
Thoughts to whatever she said since Grid doesn't want to answer.
What was the question again? You clipped out because you're spurging.
What? Are you talking to me?
She asked
Yes.
about the prosecution. To
What
fucking
about
Yeah,
it?
I asked what was the problem with the prosecution. You weren't really the one that was making those claims, so I didn't really want to ask you that. He was. So I mean, but you can answer if you.
What was the
answer
problem
that.
with the prosecution? There was all sorts. They prosecuted him for crimes he didn't do, then
How so?
sentenced him for what he apparently did,
yeah,
but they
how
didn't
so?
prosecute him for. Like,
You're
what's
just
not
doing
wrong?
general statements.
What's not-
I gave you the
what's not wrong
specific
with the
things.
prosecution?
Let him
I
answer. Let him
have all of
answer.
this. No, I can't let him get away with
Worst
just
spurg
his
ever.
generalities. He's not
He
saying
doesn't
anything.
have
You
an
know,
answer.
you know how you
That's the
tell a weak
problem.
argument is when they spurg over and over and over about the same thing.
I don't
Yeah.
even know
You've
what
been doing
spurging
all
means, but
night.
I'm just
Okay.
is spurging just asking you to
I don't know
clarify
how
your
many times I can
statements
repeat
because
this
then
to
I
you.
guess I'm doing
He
that, and
did
that's just because
not-
you're too retarded
he
to be able to
did
do it. I
not-
don't know.
Ladies and
He did
gentlemen,
not
this has
sell
been great.
drugs.
I'm glad
He
that you
did
can
not.
be
That's
here
not
with
what
me.
He was
Um,
never accused of
I
doing
didn't
that.
be able to pay
He
any
did not do
attention
any of
to
that.
rift
He did
that's
not
been going
have
on
to.
over here
He
tonight.
did not.
If you have
That was, again,
given me some money, I really
do you need me
appreciate
to
it. If you
reread
haven't,
you the
that's
count?
No,
okay
I
too.
need you to skip it.
Enjoy
He didn't do a
the
damn thing that he
You're
was
festivities.
just wrong.
charged and convicted for, and then they sentenced him for lots of things.
No,
Well, but what about
okay,
this other
let me-
thing?
Can
Well,
we
then charge him
rephrase?
with
Can
the
we
other thing.
reframe?
You need
Okay, Matt, can we
to
reframe?
mute
Can we reframe?
yourself. You need to mute yourself and let me answer the question. He
But you're
didn't
not answering
do
the right
what
question.
he was convicted of. I'm answering how I answer. This is the way conversations work. I'll
Okay.
say my side, then you can say your side. He didn't do what he was convicted of. He did do other things, but he wasn't charged with those things. Your turn.
He was contributed with distributing, aiding distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamines. He was convicted of distributing and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of the internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamines. He was count 3, conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and none of this means he did it directly. You're saying that there was some prosecutorial... I haven't even finished, sorry. Continuing criminal enterprise, conspiracy to commit and or aid and abet computer hacking. Aid and abet does not mean that you did it. You just helped it happen by something like as a source, like having a platform to do it on. Conspiracy to traffic and fraudulent identity documents. That does not mean that you did it. It means that you had a platform for it. And the conspiracy to commit money laundering.
If you assist in a crime taking place, you are charged with that crime.
Okay, so why is it fair?
That, and he was never convicted of that. We never
Why?
said that. We are working on the facts here that are that he was convicted on 7 counts of not doing it directly himself, but helping that shit happen. Is that layman enough for you to understand?
I understand it perfectly. You don't understand my response. Why is he being held responsible for all of the drugs, for every single thing distributed on his platform, when he did nothing more than what Verizon or Facebook does?
He did so much more than what Verizon and Facebook does.
Well, let's even go with...
Is it illegal to have a platform, a marketplace? No. Is it illegal to use Bitcoin?
Illegal stuff?
No.
Yes.
None of this is...
Yes.
To sell illegal things on
drugs. Yes.
If you approve and you help and you intend for a website that you created to sell illegal goods and services, you are culpable in that fucking crime. You
100%.
Approved of it. You allowed it to happen. You enabled it. You intended it to be that
Even
way.
if it wasn't
and
intended,
you profited off of it.
Yeah.
Yes.
If Amazon's selling illegal drugs, you would hold them culpable, right?
If they were,
whether or not you're
if they
I
approved
would. You keep asking me about how I would do it. I wouldn't do it at all. I think everything should be legal.
Okay, legally,
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about somebody being held entirely responsible for shit that he never did.
That's how the law works.
Well, apparently,
we create a marketplace that is to do that.
Also, how the law works. Pardons are also how the law works. So if we're just going by how the law works, the law's worked all the way through, I guess.
Yeah, to get libertarian votes.
Pardons.
Good job.
Yay, pardons. Why do you think that they would go so hard at Ross Ulbricht?
Because they wanted to make an example of him. He was like the first largest sale of dark black market, like deep dark web shit.
Yeah, online specifically, yeah.
And we could say like, okay, maybe they were a little too harsh on his sentence or something. We could argue that that's like a different conversation. But he is guilty for what he was charged with and convicted of.
That's irrelevant to me, to be honest. But again, if he had been tried and convicted of something he actually did, I wouldn't have a problem.
But he did,
and the sentence being
he was convicted of all the stuff he did. I don't understand.
Holy shit! You can't stop Spurging, can you? You are just the dumbest person I've ever debated with. I usually debate with really pretty intelligent people, but you are literally the dumbest fraud I've ever had the pleasure of being on
instead of actually making your
you
point. You're doing a really good job of
proving
that you're correct.
I want you to. I'd love to just have a conversation, but you just keep running your mouth.
Really? Because every single time. Is that some like Marvel shit behind you?
Marvel?
What?
I can't tell what your background is.
Mine?
I've got this Sweet Limp Biscuit poster.
I'm a pirate.
Oh, because you like pirates or something?
No, I just changed my background. I change my studio all the time. It's a thing.
Opinion on Houthis.
I just change my studio all the time. It's just a thing. I think it's not a good distraction, but anyway, I don't know.
Yeah,
you guys still haven't made the case beyond. You feel like that he was doing it, so therefore he was.
No, I have all my.
You can keep saying that over and over again, but we keep presenting you facts,
anything.
and you can't say anything. You literally haven't said anything this entire debate.
I've said many things. You just are.
All right, let's
you just said I feel like he should be free.
Yeah. Do you think that Trump should have pardoned Ross Ulbricht Do you and the reason why obviously is the premise of the argument. So why would you obviously
It's a premise, not a
you're
promise.
saying that he should.
I hate to be pedantic.
Why? Do you think that he's good for
Because
I
he
guess
agrees
to
with
reform,
anything
like, do you
Daddy
think
Trump
he's good for the
says,
community?
and he knows nothing
Like,
about this case.
do you think that he's like gonna contribute to like the world? I guess let's just change a
And
little
what
bit on
if
that.
you talk and the
That's-
other one be
yeah, that's-
quiet, because you're very confusing when you both talk at the same time.
Sure. Do you want to go or I can go?
I think he contributes more to the world than most of the people who are involved in the prosecution.
See, and
Can-
Flo State's
Okay, well,
argument,
thank you
I
for
respect a
listening.
little more because he has a
Yeah,
principled
I'm with
stance
you.
on this. But Grid literally
Sarah,
knows
can you share my
nothing what he's
screen real quick?
talking about.
Yeah, hold on.
Look what you can find on Alibaba.
I'm not. Nobody's defending Alibaba. I don't
Are
care.
they?
What is?
Why
That's
are they
actually
allowed
why
to
it's
do
so
this?
dangerous that they're out of the United States and that it.
Oh, for
I don't
fuck's
know.
sake! Holy
Yeah, I was gonna
shit!
ask, are they an American?
Alibaba is a Chinese company.
Yeah.
Would you be
Can't
okay
help you
with
there.
Alibaba in the U.S.?
Alibaba
Yes,
is in the
Alibaba.
US. What are you talking
Alibaba
about?
operates in the U.S.
And
the
are you okay with
owner-
it?
What are you?
Am I okay with it? Yes, I'm fine with it.
Then why are you trying to use that as some sort of dunk?
Why aren't you outraged about Alibaba? Why is Alibaba's allowed to do this continuing? It's continuing its operation.
I don't like Alibaba.
Wait, what was that a sale for?
So,
I'll
should
put the
we-
link in the
we
back chat.
prosecute the owner of Alibaba USA, or the
Probably,
CEO of,
yeah.
of
If they're actually, if they're doing exactly what Ross Ulbricht was doing, 100%.
Which brings
I
me
don't
back
know
to
why
my
you feel
original
like the need to
question.
do this appeal to like, I don't know,
Yeah, you don't know the
hypocrite
palace.
or being a
What
hypocrite or
is
something
your
where
favorite
I would agree
flavor
with
of
that.
boot? That was my original question.
I don't know. Ask Grid.
Sorry?
I'm literally the only person that has not licked a boot, period, on this panel.
That's, you're,
What?
That's the most bootlicker ass statement
Well,
I've
Some
ever
infighting
heard.
here.
Flow State had to because he was in
I'm
jail.
more anti-authority than all of you.
Yeah.
These
Yeah,
two women.
K2.
Well,
You
So,
don't even
by the way,
know who
K2
I
Keep On
am. How
Trucking
could you
is a
possibly
UPS
say
driver.
that? I think that Ross
I'm
Ulbricht is a
inferring
piece
it.
of
I'm
shit
inferring
who
it. Let
tried
me
to
ask
get...
you then. Let
Okay,
me
what are
ask
your
you.
thoughts on the fact
Do
that he
you
tried to get
think
multiple
that-
people
Do you
killed?
think that drugs should be illegal or legal?
Do you think that it should be legal to kill people?
Yes.
I asked you the
Just
question first. What do
because
you think
they,
about
like, are
war on
annoying
drugs?
or blackmailing you?
You answer my question and I'll answer yours.
I think
Okay.
some drugs should be legal.
Tell me yours.
I think drug use should be largely decriminalized or like a different way of
I agree.
doing that.
Okay.
But
So you
drug-
guys don't
drug
even believe in the laws that
distribution-
you're accusing him of breaking?
No, because he wasn't
No.
a drug user. He was a drug distributor, which is much different. I would prosecute
The lines
them
are not
differently.
are very that's not
Most
really a
drug
thing.
dealers don't even do drugs.
Yes, they do. Most
Lots of
of them
Okay,
do.
that's not
Lots
really
of
the
them don't,
argument. What was
but
your
yeah,
other
that's-
question?
you're
Or
Most
was
of
that
them
your
do.
one question?
I think I can speak. I'm the only card-carrying convicted drug dealer here. Most of them do. And what was the other part? So you guys are supporting the conviction of somebody for doing something you don't even believe should be illegal.
No, I don't
I'm
believe
not-
in the
we're-
distribution
Putting
of
necessarily
opiates and most stimulants and things like that.
It
I don't
wasn't
believe
just
in
some like
distributing those.
random it wasn't just some like random dude doing drugs. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about somebody who was profiting off of, as I read in my opening statement, that he's been profiting off of addiction for like years.
You know who else profits off addiction?
I
Police,
don't care.
court, rehabs.
Every doctor's office
So-
in the
Yeah, that's
country.
bad.
Wow, you know you
That's
really don't have a
bad.
good argument when you have to do whataboutism.
Well, we just
You keep
answered.
bad
asking us
thing.
what we think.
You asked us a question. It's not a what
Yeah.
about.
Well, Flo asked us a question actually.
So nobody here actually thinks. I mean, I don't know what Grid thinks. You all agree that most of these things should at least be decriminalized.
For the users, not the distributors. That's
Well, how
my
the hell
opinion.
are you
Yes,
gonna get
I
him?
agree.
Do you know the difference between a
different-
user and a
Yes, I
distributor?
think that a
Yes.
person that is trying to distribute things is a completely different. Do you have any idea how like it is
Do you
to
know-
be like somebody on
Possession with
drugs?
intent to distribute
I never put my feet up, but fuck, this one's got me.
Possession with
Yeah, 'cause you
intent to
have nothing to
distribute, which
say.
is a distribution charge, starts at an eighth of an ounce. That's about $50 worth of meth, for instance.
Okay.
That's how the law is written. They scale it up
Okay.
dramatically. You don't need any proof or evidence even of intention to distribute. So the legal distinction
That's not what he
between
got for. So I
the
don't know what you're
legal
talking about.
distinction, the legal distinction between a distributor and a user is deceptive in and of itself and requires no evidence of distribution. Do you agree with that?
Because it's based on the amount you have. It's also based on
This is
how the
unrelated.
drugs
Oh
are,
my god.
how the drugs are found if they're like divvied up separately, and they probably look into text messages and like burner phones and shit like that. Like they do an investigation. But yeah,
No,
if
not
you
with
have
possession with
over,
intent to distribute. All the
if you
quantity,
have over a
quantity alone.
certain amount, like they're probably gonna assume that
It's an 8-ball. That's 60. That is $60, $50 or $60.
What's your
worth of
point?
stuff. You think that
we could forgo the what is this, and just tell me where you're pointing.
my point is that the laws are unjust, and you're trying to make a distinction where there isn't really one in real life.
So, this is why I go, okay, so if that's your point, thank you for being concise with your point. Thank you, Jesus Christ. So do you think that it is unjust for the distribution and aiding of distribution of narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine should be unjust? Let's just go through all of his charges. Let's make it easy for you.
Do I think that the law itself is unjust, or that he was charged and convicted of it?
No, I'm not asking you. He
separate
was.
things.
I mean, that's not really a question. I'm asking you. You're talking about unjust laws. Let's just
I
go
think
through
I-
every one that he was convicted
Yeah.
by.
So, like I said, I believe that every drug should be treated like alcohol. So, yes, I think it is unjust that is. I think that law's existence is unjust.
Okay, so count 2. Distribution and aiding and abetting the distribution of narcotics by means of internet, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
Unjust. I also
Unjust that he
here.
was convicted of selling those online.
don't you think you might be a little bit biased?
Well, let's just say focus. here.
Everybody's
Well, I mean,
biased.
I agree with him, and I don't do drugs. I never
All
have.
right, count 3. Conspiracy to distribute narcotics, heroin, cocaine, LSD, and methamphetamine.
All the drug laws are unjust, in my opinion.
Okay, continuing a criminal enterprise. Count 4.
Way
that unjust?
unjust. I think that those RICO things, that's a way of them charging people for
Yeah.
crimes without actually having to have any crimes committed. That's massively.
That's
even
exactly
more
why
unjust.
RICO is created, because then how else were you going to get
Right,
the guy
it's a
at the top?
loophole to do due process. They don't have to illustrate that you did the damn thing at all. They just have to illustrate that you.
Right, that's kind of the point, because then you don't have to have the
So
fall
you
guy.
don't believe in due process.
All right, count 5. Conspiracy to commit or aid
We're not
abetted computer
bouncing over that. We're not
hacking.
bouncing over that.
We gotta
We're
do.
not-
We
No,
can go.
no,
We
no,
can come
no,
back.
no.
We can go. No, we absolutely can come back. I just want to get through all the list.
We can't. You won't stop.
Conspiracy to
talking long
commit or aid and abet computer hacking.
Do you believe in due process?
No. We gotta stay focused here. I'm almost.
No.
there's 2 more.
You need to answer.
Conspiracy
This
to
is the
commit or
master thing.
aid and
If you
abet
don't
computer
believe in
hacking. Are
due
you okay with
process-
that? Do you
if
think
you
that
don't
was?
believe in
Do you
due
think that's?
process-
Do you think that is unjust for being? If somebody goes
does-
into your computer and then
We're
hacks and takes
we're
all your
stuck.
information, do you think
Yeah,
that that's
we're
okay?
not moving until you answer the
believe-
question
Do you think
as
that's okay?
asked.
Process.
Do you think that that's okay?
No one's answering until you answer the question that was asked.
Which was conspiracy? I can't answer that question. No, I don't think that's okay.
No,
You
he
guys-
asked
You
if-
don't
he
believe
asked
in
if
due
you believe in
process?
due process.
Oh,
Which
absolutely. I
we
believe in
do,
due process,
obviously.
but
You
that's
believe in
just
due
short
process?
form.
Then how are you
Count
okay with
5,
RICO laws?
conspiracy to commit or aid and abet computer
Hold on.
hacking. Are you
How-
guys okay with that? Are
how
you guys
are you
okay with
okay?
that?
Stop
Are you
talking.
guys okay
Stop
with
talking.
No.
Stop talking.
See, we are still stuck back here on your response to the RICO charges. If you don't think that the government needs to demonstrate
that?
anything,
No.
to
We're
find
going
somebody
through every
guilty-
count, and then we can go back to that. Jesus
No,
Christ, you guys are so afraid
no,
of what I'm saying. You're so pussy coded that you have no idea. Like you really can't say.
You just
are you
whine.
okay
Just
with
keep
conspiracy to
whining.
commit
Just keep
or aid
whining.
and abet computer
Keep
hacking?
whining. It's
Are
okay.
you okay with
It's
that?
okay.
Oh,
Whining.
I'm whining. Yeah, okay.
You are.
You're
never
whining.
heard
You're
pussy
whining. You're
coded.
whining.
You
I can do the
are.
same thing back to you. It doesn't matter.
Nina,
you know how
you
are
annoying
a
that is for everybody.
firecracker.
Hey, it's okay. Calm down. It's okay.
So, conspiracy to commit or aid and abet computer hacking.
So, are RICO laws just?
So we're really just not
we're
Mod?
really
Hello?
not going to move
Hello? I
past
thought this whole thing was that it's modded. You're really not gonna like make them answer that?
Well,
If you guys could at least entertain the hypothetical or question or pretend.
It's not a hypothetical. That is a count 5.
What I'm saying is even if you answer it hypothetically to some weird degree,
Sure.
that would be great. Or don't. That's fine. Don't. I mean, we can stop.
Have
I
a
can
fun time.
open the panel. Everybody, go cigarette or
We need to
something.
go back to what to understand her philosophy about the law and what it even entails, because the way that she just bounced over the RICO thing makes me think that she either doesn't believe that in anything except for authoritarian government, or that she doesn't have a foundation and she's just whimsically changing her position based off the specifics of whether or not she likes the political implications.
I think it's kind of irrelevant though about the RICO stuff.
Oh,
because
no.
he did have due process. He had due process, and he was
entrapped.
by a jury.
That's not due process.
He was not entrapped. What the fuck?
How
are
is
you
he not
talking
entrapped?
about?
2 of the officers went to jail. What are you talking
Yeah, that has
about?
nothing to do with how they caught him. You know that, right? Yeah, you don't know that. Put your hand in your head. and
I
leave.
do know that. I just can't believe you're this.
Just because 2 officers stole from him had nothing to do
That
with
has
that's
nothing
how
to do
they
with any-
caught
that-
him. Do you know how they caught him?
Do you know how they had access to those funds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How they had access to his IP address in Iceland and how they found his server?
That's
Is that
not
what
how
you're
they stole the.
asking?
That's not how they stole the Bitcoin. That was how.
Because that has nothing to do with how he was caught. That's what I'm talking about. He was caught.
No, you don't understand anything about this case.
No,
you really don't. You
you
keep
literally
bouncing
don't.
around
You're
like you
joking.
know.
Okay,
but you
what
don't
is she
know.
wrong about? What is she wrong about?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She hasn't said anything.
You've got to answer the
All she
RICO.
said is,
Said
do you
that
know
the
how
reason
she-
why they were
say-
able to find the thing was because they found the server in Iceland. She's not wrong about that. So
Yeah.
you can't possibly have the indignation to be able like say, oh, she has no idea what she's talking about. Just
Do you know
prove
how
her
he was
wrong then.
caught?
How was he caught?
He was caught because the tax agent found
Yes,
his,
because of entrapment.
No, because they found him through Google searches. He slipped up in his early days. He put his personal email address in a forum, and then they tracked him to another user named Frosty.
Yes.
And then they tracked that. So the FBI looked into
One of the
Here's-
big things also
code
was
Here's
if you
why
look
I-
at
that was
that's-
released.
yeah, she's right. She's absolutely right.
She-
and one of the big
she's-
things was
she's
Mark
right.
Capella
She's
was
right.
one of the biggest one
She's
of
right.
the reasons
He is
why
right, and that's how they
Matter at
entrapped him.
all.
they were targeting
matter at all.
again.
Let
This is
her
what anyone
finish.
who knows about cryptocurrency would know. Us bringing up the whole Iceland server and Mark Capella, they would know that you're full of shit. You have no idea what we're talking about because the
Doesn't matter.
she's right
if
at what
they
she's
tracked
saying. That
him
Mark
through his
Capella was
email.
the
It doesn't
original
matter how
target,
they
and
did
it
it.
actually
It's
ended up that they
being
just
able
kind
to
of
track him
fell
is
into
one
this
thing, but
shit.
actually being
You
able
know what
to
empty
get
Gox is?
There was so
You
much
know what empty
overwhelming
Gox is?
evidence. Like, they,
Go
There's
see it close
never
to the
been-
mic. Intimidate him.
There's never been
Literally.
evidence. There's never been
Literally.
evidence that he was charged. He was accused of distributing drugs. He didn't do it. You guys are trying to say that
There's
because
no
he had a
evidence, even
platform,
though he was
because
charged with
he had
it.
a platform
Do you want me to link you
that
the indictments?
facilitated it.
facilitated
That's
it.
enough.
Thank you. Yes, he
Yeah, that's what he
aided,
was charged
abetted,
with.
and assisted in the sale of illegal trades.
Yeah, okay,
Done.
so you're
No.
so
Crime
we're
done.
right.
No more,
All right, debate over. We're
no
right.
more than every cell phone provider.
Got that.
Nope,
No,
it's so
this-
different.
The means
No.
of communication and the contents of the communication are not the same thing.
They are not facilitating and aiding and abetting in the sale of drugs.
If
like
your
Ross
Verizon
Ulbricht
agent
doing.
was
Ghosty-
like being like,
if
"Hey,
Ghosty
I'm
and
gonna
I
give you a bunch
arranged
of
transaction backstage here, that's illegal. StreamYard's not responsible. YouTube's not responsible. Sarah's not
But if a
responsible.
member from a representative for StreamYard who loves Raging Potatoes content, who then got in contact
Raging
with her
Potato.
and worked with her like she was a content, creator on the platform,
I like
and if
it.
that person then knew she was doing that, absolutely they would
Okay,
be.
so you think
StreamYard
that
site.
everybody who's aware of something is responsible for preventing it?
Yeah.
Silver donated $10 super chat for injuring
But
Prattle.
it's
And-
kind of how laws work, yeah. if Verizon
What do you think?
Do you not realize that drinking and driving is illegal? You're trying to get drunk and then drive?
Yeah, if you leave
not
a
at all
bar,
what I
if
asked.
you leave a
Not at all
bar
what I
and you're
asked.
drunk,
Fuck,
if
you
you
just
leave a
don't
bar
understand
and you're
basic
drunk,
shit.
the
He's asking you-
bartenders
I love
are
how
held
they-
responsible.
talking over each other.
Process. Glue your teeth in and then tell me what you
I
think
know.
about
I don't know
food
why. Maybe I should
process.
take him out if I'm going to keep yelling with how stupid you
Wait,
guys are
wait,
being
no,
with
we
this
can't
shit.
change topics. The bartenders are responsible.
trying to
if a
go
drunk
back to this
driver leaves
motherfucking
their
topic.
bar.
Wait, do you know that? Yes, she's right. That bartenders are.
So, and Verizon doesn't have access. Like they're not looking at chat logs all day. They're not looking at
they are.
text
and they
messages
are
and
to
stuff
some
all day.
extent
It's insanity.
vaguely.
The NSA is as well still. Why aren't they responsible for this shit?
They are.
Well, they're tracking that shit. Right?
Anyway,
the thing is,
I'm
they
muting up
are.
before
I
we
don't
go back
think
to
I
due
don't think they're
process.
allowed to. Wouldn't that be an infringement of like your rights? Unless they had some kind of warrant.
Oh wait,
Generally
the thing that
speaking,
they
they
didn't
could
ever have that they used they actually had to entrap the guy for.
No,
They
wait, Grid.
entrapped
Can you
him.
Grid?
You know,
Grid,
look,
please.
you know they
No,
entrapped
can
him.
I
and
ask you a question? How did they entrap? Explain to me how they entrapped Ross Ulbricht.
Seriously, you don't know this?
No, I know they
What?
didn't entrap him. I'm
All right,
asking you
all
to
right,
explain why you think he did.
hold on. The way they entrapped him was an agent contacted him, posing to be a mass mover of drugs,
Yep.
and constantly asked him, "Hey, can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? I could be really good for your organization." Ross says, "I don't have an organization. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I run a website." And then he
Not what
says,
happened.
and then I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but then he said, but the guy, you know, they couldn't even introduce that into evidence because Ross never agreed. Never
So
agreed
what-
to it.
Yes, he did.
To moving drugs.
So
No,
why
he
did
didn't.
the agent?
No,
why
he
did
fucking
they,
didn't, you
yes,
dummy.
He fucking did. They
Stop
literally
talking
worked
like you know what you're
together.
talking about.
They worked
You
together.
read a news article and think you know something.
You literally have no idea what the fuck you're
Well, at
talking
least
about.
I literally just told you their entire fucking case.
Yeah, and you're wrong. You're
I'm
fucking
not.
wrong. That's
Yeah,
what I'm
you're
telling you.
literally wrong.
Do you know
Hold on.
what?
Let me get
the
this in.
agent was supposed to be undercover, and then he ended up
Even-
screwing over the other agents by saying like, oh, there's a mole, and he was actually the mole, but he started selling
Even
information about the case to Ross
Even if-
Ulbricht. That's what fucking
even-
happened.
Even if he agreed to it, it still fits the definition of entrapment. There's two elements of entrapment.
No, it doesn't. They were already on him. He was assigned as a mole.
If the government induces the crime and the defendant's lack of predisposition to engage in that. If I say to you, Ghosty, help me traffic drugs. Even if you're already a drug trafficker, the crime that I'm inviting you to engage in with me, you were not predisposed to until I brought it to you.
But that's not what they got.
It's
him on.
exactly what they did, Ghosty.
No, they didn't. They caught him
Fuck
with his
yes, it is.
laptop. They caught him with his laptop, and
No
they got
shit, they caught him with a laptop.
they got
They
his
caught him with a
fucking
laptop
IP
because they
address
knew
that
what was on it
found
because
and
they
the fucking
sent it.
email address. It had
You are-
nothing to.
God, you can't be this stupid. Holy
You don't know what
shit.
you're talking about. So
I know exactly what I'm talking about. You guys
Just
keep
ask
trying to
follow-up
move things,
questions about
and
it then.
you are literally dumb. You are the dumbest person
No,
I've
you're
ever
fucking
debated.
retarded, dude. You're
Literally,
dumb. You just keep
literally,
repeating
you
that.
admit, you
You're
admit
dumb.
that
No, you're
the
dumb.
agent was
No, you're
involved
dumb.
in communicating
No,
with
you're
him.
dumb.
Stop talking. I'm talking now. The adults are talking.
Well, you're dumb.
You literally
Who's the
admit
adults?
that yes, they literally communicated with him first. They
All right,
literally
taking my
said
teeth
that.
out.
And when he said, "No, I'm not really interested in that. That's not my thing," they kept going. That, by
He
definition,
didn't say
is
I'm not
entrapment.
interested in that. That's not my thing. That's not what fucking
Wait, did you say
He
happened.
literally did. He's like,
He
I'm not. I
paid-
don't know you. I'm not doing business with you.
To do was sign up for tier 2 'cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
All right,
A little bit
children.
of a jump scare, Jesus.
All right.
Can
All right.
can
One
we-
at a time.
Can we talk about Nina's position on due process?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do you believe that the government should be required to prove somebody committed a crime in order to convict them of the crime?
Do you think that? Yeah, sure.
do you believe that laws like conspiracy or RICO laws that allow law enforcement to bypass having to convict somebody of a crime in order to find them guilty of the crime, do you think that those are just?
A loaded question, but yeah, I would generally agree that they are, because I do think that obviously RICO statutes are created for specifically being able to avoid the
exactly the same as Ruby
middleman,
Ridge.
right? Like if you say to your friend, okay, go, I don't know, kill this person. Do you think that you should be completely? I'm just hypothetically. You don't have to actually answer this. I'll continue with my answer. Do you think that that person should be completely exonerated from any culpability? No, I don't think that personally, I don't think that person should be exonerated from any culpability.
That's not.
If you told somebody, no, that's a lot of why RICO statute was. Again, it seems you have no idea where you're going with this. But okay, well, you asked my opinion, so let me finish.
But you're answering. You're confused in your answer.
That's all I already said. I was going to give you my opinion. I'm almost done.
Yeah,
okay. So like, I'm just saying that the idea of like, okay, I can't tell this other person to do something, and if I didn't ever do it, then I'm free to go. That's where the RICO statute, generally speaking, comes from. So go ahead.
You're wrong. That's not how RICO comes into play. In that example, somebody was actively involved.
Can you give me a reason why I'm wrong?
I'm trying to. In that example, somebody who orders a hit is actually directly involved in the crime. Somebody
because of the RICO statute.
No, because that counts as attempted murder, I believe. It depends on if they did it.
But if you told somebody else to tell somebody else to tell them to do it,
if I tell Grid,
that's fine.
If I tell Grid to commit a murder, but we're all on this platform together and we all get hemmed up because of what me and Grid did, that would be how RICO works.
What if you say, hey, I'd kind of like this guy to take a little path into with the fishes?
That was a good try.
You know what that means.
Again, RICO
do you think
allows,
that they should get away with it? Do you think that they should get away with it?
Hold on, I'm going to teach you something. You're asking me questions that demonstrates that you don't understand what RICO is.
Give me the statute. Give me I'll look up the statute right now. I know you don't like looking up stuff. Give me it. Okay.
Look up RICO. While you look it up, let me explain. RICO.
What aspect of RICO?
All right.
RICO allows prosecutors to convict people of crimes they have no evidence.
Do you know what RICO stands for?
Racketeering, something, but that's a deflection. It doesn't matter either way.
Influence and corruption organization.
Okay.
Influence is one of the big aspects of it. If I just pressure you into doing something,
no, it's not required. You don't have to in the crime that you're convicted of. You don't have to
RICO
have
does not stand for the words I just said.
The Patriot Act stands for something, but it doesn't mean that if you follow the Patriot Act, you're a patriot. Like you don't understand how linguistics play out, how propaganda works.
Love that. Okay, go ahead and say how it works out in your mind.
How RICO works out? I've already told you a ton of times.
Well, then tell me one more time. I'm too much of an idiot that I apparently, I guess.
Objection, relevant.
I'm unable to.
I
want me to read it to
you
you, maybe, so you know what it actually is, because I feel like you're just gonna lie to me.
What do you want?
I'm gonna read to you what RICO is. I feel like if you just explain it, you're just gonna lie to me.
Okay.
You want me to?
Read it. Right. Yeah. What does it stand for?
Okay. The Racketeering Influence and Corruption Act is a United States federal law that provides for the extended criminal penalties and civil cause of actions for acts performed as part of an ongoing criminal organization, which again obviously would apply to Ross Ulbright because this was considered part of a criminal organization.
So if we're on this
RICO was enacted in title.
Hold on. If we're
I thought you wanted me to actually read what you wanted.
We're on this panel together, right? You could say that we're an organization. Now, are you responsible for the shit that I do?
No, criminal organization. There are other
which is defined by whether or not you break the law, right? Criminal organization.
It's a legal statute. You couldn't just like say, oh, we.
So where do I sign up? Where do you have to enroll to become a criminal organization?
Well, probably
have
when if you
to
commit crimes as an organization,
conspire
like
to
drug
commit
Was
crimes.
Ross
trafficking.
Ulbright organization
So
or
if they
a single
suspect
person?
us of being a
Yes, he had a
gang,
company that was
look,
doing crimes.
let me
Yes,
explain to you how this
he
works. Let me
absolutely
explain
committed
to
that
you how this
statute.
works in the real world, and I can tell you this: the way this works in the real world is if they want me for committing a crime, and they know that you all know me, they will hem you all up on charges.
Well,
so
let
that
me tell you how it actually works in the real world. No, that's not at all. They're not gonna. If you just have friends, there is no possible way that they would think that they would take you under RICO charges. I have never heard of that
Says
at all.
you know you're
ever.
talking to a guy who went to jail for RICO. like he knows what like this is.
Yeah, so his dumbass got fucking grifted by his associates. That just means he's a dumbass. That doesn't mean he has any idea what the statute is.
First of all, I didn't get RICO charges, but I know people who did. Second of all,
You didn't? I thought you did.
No.
I don't know. I'm not up
we
on
can't
close
hear
criminal
you
facts.
when you
Fucking
clip.
embarrassing for you.
We can't
Do you
hear
want
you
him
when
to
you
like
clip.
leave? Like what the fuck? He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about, even when it comes to you.
Nobody can
Right.
hear you when you're
Out.
screaming. Your mic clips out.
Your mic clips that out.
Does it goes
I was
too
just
loud?
making fun
that
of
it
how
goes blank.
stupid not knowing that is, but you could probably fill in the
Not
blanks of
knowing
I was
what.
saying.
I do know what this is. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You think because RICO stands for this and this and this. Okay, MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. Do you think that MAGA makes America great again?
Can you stay focused?
Does MAGA make America great?
Can you stay focused?
I am focused. Does MAGA make America great?
I don't care. This is unrelated.
what
Let's talk about RICO.
That's what I'm focused on.
What
I
what
wanna
is your
know
point
how
about
you
RICO?
think
You
acronyms work.
forgot what it was, wasn't it? Isn't it?
Does
You forgot what
MAGA
your point was,
make-
wasn't it? Because
does
I yelled
MAGA
too
make
loudly
America
and I guess
great?
it scared you or something.
Does MAGA
What
make
was your
America
point on
great?
RICO? Go ahead.
Does MAGA make America great?
What was your point in RICO? I don't give a shit.
No, we'll
Makes
go back to
America
there. I am
guzzle
focused.
again.
I'm staying focused. You want me to stay focused? Does MAGA make America great?
Sure.
Okay.
Raise
Sure
MAGA
what?
law.
You did forget what you were saying. Oh my god, I spooked
what?
you. I yelled too loud.
I don't
You're
know
like
what you're
a
wanting.
lemming.
I said that you answer my question, then I'll answer yours. So you haven't told me what your question is.
What?
What is your fucking question?
I didn't
yet?
ask you a question. We're
Okay.
talking about RICO statutes, and my last question I asked you was talking about if you knew what RICO was, and then I had to read it to you, and then I said I would read it to you, and then I read it to you, and then now you're acting like I was asking you a question? That's what just happened.
You were waiting for me to talk.
So go ahead.
I know what RICO is. I know how it plays out in real life. You just read the first paragraph of Wikipedia.
Okay, so
and
how
you think
does it
you
play
know
out in
more
real
about
life then?
RICO than me? RICO allows prosecutors to bypass having to demonstrate that the person that they're convicting of the crime actually committed the crime.
Okay.
And you're okay with that. You better
Generally
be careful.
speaking, yeah. Yeah, you're like going back to
So
like
you don't
15
believe in
minutes
due
ago.
process. You get one or the other. You
That
get
is
to
due
believe
process.
in due
So
process.
do you think?
or-
Wait, do you not think those people get their time in court?
Most of them don't. Most of them take plea deals. You
So would you
don't-
consider
you
a plea deal not a time in court?
You have self-conflicting beliefs that you need to iron
I
out.
love how every single time you're just like, you do this, instead of like actually answering what I'm saying. So do you
Yeah,
not
no,
think
but
that
you told
that's
me
a
to
time
stay
in
focused.
court
I'm
when
gonna
you
stay
have
focused on where
when
this
you
is
have your
going.
day when you
We're
take a
gonna
plea
do- we're
deal?
gonna
Would
do-
you
hold on.
would you
We're
not
gonna do
consider
this-
that your time
we're
in
gonna do
court?
exchanges again. You seem to be
Colloquially.
able to understand exchanges. You answer my question, I'll do yours, then you do mine. Okay, we'll do
Do you
back
think
and
that
forth
plea
like
deals
this.
are due process?
We'll do back and forth like this. Now it's my turn.
Okay, go ahead.
How do you rectify claiming that you believe in due process, but also being just fine with laws that bypass due process?
That is such a broad question that I feel like I don't. Do you think you could answer that question?
I don't believe in RICO laws. I think that I do believe in due process.
It's such
That's
a
why I
broad.
think
It's like,
RICO
do you
laws are
believe?
unjust.
Do you believe in law? How could you possibly believe in law? Like, it's like, what are you talking about? I'm clearly do believe in the idea of, if you want to get into what RICO is about, I do believe. You know, I'm just gonna assume your question in good faith then, or steelman it. Where, yeah, obviously, I do think that
Did she
Wait.
cut out?
Yeah.
Is she
Okay.
free?
RICO laws are a somewhat new thing, a phenomenon, because we didn't have organized crime the way that we used to. Or sorry, that was poor phrasing. We didn't used to have organized crime in when RICO laws were a thing. Like, I have it open here. I can look it up really quick. In the 1970s, it was a big thing. So we didn't used to have like organized crime in that, or able to prosecute organized crime in that way. So we really didn't, our government in America, I mean, I assume you guys are all American, right? Our government in America didn't really have all of the abilities to deal with all of this kind of bullshit. So our laws change and have stuff like RICO because people are always able to kind of, circumvent them, right? I mean, would you disagree with that?
So, if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that the reason that we need RICO laws is because our government does not have the ability to prosecute crime effectively with due process.
Hold on. She was going to steel man your argument, and now you're steel manning her position.
No. Well,
you said let me steel man your argument, and then you gave a position that you assigned to him, and then he steel manned your position back to you. What?
Okay, you're just getting mad at me because you want to be part of the conversation. I know. Okay.
No,
but like, if we're actually having a conversation back and forth, can you repeat what you said, Powder?
What you're saying is that we need RICO laws because our law enforcement was unable to deal with organized crime without them. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, correct. Yes.
So you understand that you're saying we need to bypass due process. Because
that became due process. That became the due process. That's why we if we put it's a law. RICO is a law. We're that we were given the ability through due process, directly through due process, to be able to prosecute that way. So it was not just some like, I don't know, dumbass like Donald Trump ass like executive order. It went all the way through Congress. It was something that was asked for to help prosecute this problem of like gangs and stuff like that. It was literally the most due process thing possible.
Yeah. Okay. You've said a lot. Let me help you out for a minute. RICO.
Wait, I'm not talking to you.
Well, I'm talking to you.
Powder, what's your thoughts on that?
So basically,
just
so you understand that
he's gonna obfuscate. Are we done with the conversation then?
No. He's part of the conversation. There's four of us here.
Yeah, I'm. This isn't. I'm not here for my good looks. The entire thing of the RICO was to take down the mob. Once that happened, they kind of reinforced them and changed the laws. RICO's real issue is, and what my colleague is trying to get to, comes in punishment and charging, because they charge a group collectively. So even the guy who drives the truck gets the same charges as the guy who literally does all of the criminal action.
Like I explained earlier.
RICO does that to create friction so that people turn on each other. I don't know really why we're talking about.
No, it's also because it's also to prevent crimes from happening. If you think
because
if you think as a driver, as a getaway driver, like I can get away with money with this, but I know if I can be charged with murder if the person goes in there too, you're less likely to do it.
That is true, Grid. Let her have the floor, please.
I was in the middle of talking. She just started talking.
You know what? Fuck it. Run your own panel. I do want to hear from Ghosty, though. She has been very quiet for a while.
That was just my comment. He's just wrong. Like, it's also
I'm not wrong.
Crime, obviously.
You keep saying I'm wrong, but you can't prove I'm wrong right now. Go for it.
The moderator told you to stop talking.
Stop talking.
So if you're trying to if you want like a bunch of money and you're like, oh, I'm gonna go rob the store. I explained this earlier. If you're
not RICO though, that is specific murder charges. You dumb broad, stop talking.
I was not talking about RICO charges. I was responding to what you just said.
But we're talking about RICO. We're talking about a very specific thing.
To what you said. You fucking dim. Oh my god. Okay. What did you just say?
Does everybody want to just
do you not understand what we're talking about?
Greg, do you even remember what you just said like 30 seconds ago?
You guys are off.
You don't. Okay, you don't remember. Do you have dementia or something?
Why don't? Does everybody want to get their ad homs out now? Can we just go ahead and just spurg it all now? Just go ahead.
I was clearly responding to what Grid said, that the reason they prosecute people involved in crimes that didn't actually commit the crime, but they assisted in the crime with the same crime they assisted in, is to prevent crime, obviously. You said it's to like get people to turn against each other, which I mean, I guess is a part of it, but that's also to prevent crime, especially if you assisted in the fucking crime.
Are you done?
Get it?
Are you done?
Are you done? Are you done? Why are you doing debates if you don't give a shit about what your opponents have to say? Like, I give a shit what you guys have to say, generally speaking. Like, I don't know why you're so fucking annoyed about it.
That
You got
entire
a thoughtful answer, dude.
that
Like, just
entire
engage. It's not that hard.
diatribe has nothing to do with RICO.
I was
Literally
responding to
nothing.
something you said.
Okay, then reformat. Then what do you want to talk about? Then look, it's all about you. What do you want to talk about?
I would just like to clarify what we're talking about. I don't even know why we're talking about RICO exactly, because Ulbright
Well, because he got charged with, as I said, basically around RICO statutes. Again, this is why you have very much proven that you are not paying attention. That all of these things, talking about conspiracy, all of that, that basically is a big element of what the RICO statute has to do with.
Are you charged with RICO? That was the point. You defining it is irrelevant. This whole line of all of this, I agree with my partner.
I get it.
You don't know what you're talking about, which is why we
okay, because let's go back to what we were talking about when we started this. Okay,
you don't understand that if he had been part of a criminal enterprise, he would have been charged
instead of you
under
arguing about this, I can just remind you. I can just remind you of what we were talking about initially that brought up RICO.
Continuing criminal enterprise charge was added by the prosecution punitively because he chose to take it to trial instead of take
that's true.
Deal.
They would they didn't bring that
conspiracy
up.
To commit, aid, and abet, computer hacking, conspiracy to traffic and fraudulent identity documents,
We've heard
conspiracy
the charges.
to commit money laundering.
Why do you keep reading?
Well, I mean, I left halfway through that because you got mad about whatever I was saying. So I just want to continue with at least the through line that I was going with. So you guys are all okay with the trafficking in fraudulent identity documents?
Okay with him being acquitted of it, yes.
Yeah.
Or pardoned.
He didn't do it.
So he was. What if it was?
Yeah.
Wait, he didn't do.
Did he sell someone
he had a
documents?
website that was able to.
He didn't have proof of that.
People
They
could
have
just
proof of
like
him selling
fake,
documents?
like 16-year-olds were able to like get drunk at a bar. You're cool with that?
What?
Are the bartenders responsible for selling
16-year-old
for allowing the sale of beverages to minors?
If a bartender gives a minor a drink, yes.
The whole bar gets in trouble for it, not just the bartender, right?
Correct. The
Yeah.
bar sells the liquor through its employee to the customer.
Yeah, and they
It's
have
not
a
a bar.
right to
This
make
is not
sure
a
their
bar.
operations
not a
are
bar.
legal. They have
This
the
is
right.
not a bar.
Okay, but any
Not a
company,
bar. This is
any
a-
company,
let her.
any company has the obligation to make sure their operations are conducted legally, correct?
And it is legal to have an online marketplace.
But it wasn't being
It is
conducted
not legal
legally.
to sell fake IDs.
It's
It
not
is
legal to sell heroin.
to have an online marketplace.
That
It is
sells
legal-
like fake IDs.
It is
Is it-
legal. It is legal to have an online marketplace. It is legal
But it
to
is
have...
not legal to have a marketplace that sells fake IDs. Yes.
I actually don't know if it's what I don't know what the legal requirements of the platform
Well, I can tell
are.
you right now.
Hold
it's
on,
not.
let me fucking finish. Of the platform are to seek out and enforce crimes on their own. And that's what this was about, was setting precedents.
Well, count
They
6
wanted-
was
they wanted to
conspiracy to
establish
traffic in
precedents.
fraudulent identity
on.
documents.
They wanted to establish precedents with this case that they can go after anybody ever. This was about getting leverage over all
Well, do
the
you think
online
that people
retailers.
should be gotten if they are selling fraudulent IDs?
I think that I don't think that a platform should be responsible for all the users. And obviously, society agrees with
Do you
me
think it
because
should
in
be
every,
legal to
hold on,
sell fake
in every
IDs?
other case, publishers aren't responsible. Like Facebook, X, they might
That's-
have policies.
But they don't
do try to work
authorize
within the
that
law.
shit. They don't facilitate in the sale and trades
Yes,
of the
they
illegal
do.
things. No, they
Let's
don't.
assume that they were. So you think that Facebook should be able to sell fake IDs?
Facebook doesn't. No, I
To
didn't
like
say that.
16-year-olds.
He didn't sell the shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if that doesn't happen, to be
No,
honest.
and Facebook wouldn't be selling that shit either. Do
Are
you
you
think
sure?
that
There are
Facebook
some
should
weird- there's
be
some
able
sketchy
to
Facebook groups out
facilitate
there.
the
You're
sales of
crazy.
fake IDs?
Lady, you're crazy. There are illegal transactions that
I'm not
happen
crazy. I'm asking you.
constantly.
I'm
They
actually
happen
like, you
constantly
seem
on
like a fucking
Facebook.
psychotic person. Do
At
you
least my teeth
think?
stay in.
Do you think that Facebook should
You're
be
the only
able?
one's been
It's
yelling
my
all night.
Invisalign. Okay.
That's not true.
Conspiracy to traffic and fraudulent identity document. Do you think that Facebook should be able to sell on their Facebook marketplace?
How is that
Objection,
relevant?
relevant.
Why are you wasting our time with
Do
this?
you
Just-
think that Facebook should be able to sell fake IDs?
No, I
on their
think that, but why
marketplace?
isn't Facebook being arrested for people scamming people every single day?
Because
So
they
you
don't
would agree
allow it
with
and
me
facilitate
then?
it.
So then you
They
would
do
agree with
facilitate it.
me
They do
that
facilitate
they
it
should
100%.
be
The same way.
held
don't.
legally responsible for fraudulent IDs.
If
Objection, relevance.
What's the point of Facebook?
Because they don't.
Is it a social
Look,
media
Facebook
platform
doesn't
or is
sell
it
the
is it a
ID.
platform to
It's like
sell
oh,
Walmart.
you've
drugs?
never been on Facebook Marketplace? I'm sorry. You not aware of that?
Oh, is the purpose of Facebook Marketplace to sell anonymously illegal
Yes.
goods and services only?
Absolutely, it's anonymous.
Oh, really?
but-
The
So
Facebook Marketplace is intended to sell drugs.
Was the purpose of Silk Road
Interesting.
only drugs?
No.
Basically.
No.
It was intended.
She,
oh,
her fucking opening statement told you what the categories. Yeah, they also
Yes.
sold
Yeah.
like hacks
They
and
sold
Cyanide is
guns,
selling
vodka,
cyanide.
They sold a lot of stuff.
Yeah, it sold a lot of stuff, but mostly all illegal. Yes, the idea of the Silk Road was that it was for illegal shit.
because of his
That's what
libertarian
you've been told.
beliefs.
That's what you've been told. The idea was, but
No, it's his libertarian beliefs,
If
just
you
like yours,
search-
Flo.
if you
Oh,
search,
I mean, I'm sorry, they just tell me it. Like, what are you, like
Look,
a fucking Trump supporter?
I'm-
Oh,
I'm
I'm
go-
told that, like,
I'm gonna
we're
search.
gonna ruin the
Here,
country,
I'm gonna
but
search
what,
Ross
he's not gonna do
Ulbricht
that.
right now.
My
And-
God.
and
Why does the Libertarian Party care so much about pardoning Ross Ulbricht?
I'm not
Because
in
he
the
was a
Libertarian Party.
libertarian,
Good question.
and that's why he
Because
is
I'm
he's
hearing
a staunch
fucking
libertarian.
bootlicker.
I think his parents are Flo.
Really? Because
let's
it
see.
sounds like you're a bootlegger.
He
Let
has
me
a
read
whole
these. Look, I
diary.
just searched Ross Ulbricht. Let me read these to you. How Silk Road drug lord kingpin Ross Ulbricht.
Wait, you just Googled
Trump pardons
Ross
Silk
Ulbricht
Road
for the
founder
first time to get
online drug
prepared
scene.
for
Making
a...
a point.
Why
Beta-
Silk Road's dread pirate Roberts? Ross Ulbricht is free and would be a billionaire, but the U.S. sold his Bitcoin. Okay, that's what I'm
Well,
telling you. These
okay.
headlines,
Ah.
all the headlines agree with.
Hey, what do you
your
guys think the age of
description them.
consent should be?
Wait, real quick. There's another
What
thing
does that got to do with
we
anything?
haven't even mentioned yet.
You
is the
libertarian
diary.
Pioneer
assholes,
of
I feel like you're gonna have some
crypto
crazy
time.
takes on that shit.
There's something we haven't even mentioned yet, which is the diary Russ Ulbricht wrote, which was found on his laptop, which he had open while he was caught, about documenting everything about creating Silk Road, including
He
the-
created Silk Road. Nobody's arguing that.
But he documented in a diary what he did, and in that was talking about allowing the sale of these drugs and working with these drug dealers.
Allowing a
Those
sale,
guys didn't respond.
allowing
On
a
your
sale, and
platform.
selling are different things.
But being a distributor, part of
Yes, those are two
distribution-
different things. But but everything that she's saying is not for some reason like discounted because they're two different things.
They're
being
two different
part-
things.
being
He was-
part-
Yes.
If you help and assist in distribution of drugs and facilitating it, especially on like a platform, like the platform is intended to do that, that is distribution. That's how the law works. And that's what
and
he
you know what,
wanted
then-
to
All right,
do.
If we only
When
care about how the law works, then how else the law works is pardons exist. He got a pardon. You have nothing to bitch about. That's how the law works.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't give a shit about the idea. Is the should he been pardoned? That's the idea,
the
of
idea
the
is
premises
justified.
of the argument. I mean, I know
The
you
idea
guys
is
want to
should he?
obfuscate it as much as possible because you did no fucking research into this.
That's the idea.
Yeah,
is
no,
should
that's
he be
not-
The idea is,
That's-
I don't think.
You
Okay,
apparently
do I have
can't
to
speak for
reread you my fucking?
and shut
Ross-
this down. Well, let's do this. It's 11.
I like her, but she's dumb.
I like all of you.
I mean, she's
I
spicy.
love how
but-
you have no reason to, as okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Just
Sorry.
ignore
All right,
him.
let's go ahead. What we're gonna do, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to jump on open panel, the link is pinned. You can go ahead and start shuffling backstage. I've already got 2 back there. It does fill up quickly. Usually, if you want to get ahead of it, the link is pinned. We're going to go into closing statements, read some super chats, and then we'll go into open panel dumpster fire. Grid 1 to you, if you'd like to give your closing, please.
Yeah, sure. Look, as much as we can argue about why he was convicted and all of that, which I still believe, and there's no evidence otherwise, it was bad prosecution all the way around. His pardon is absolutely justified. It 100% is. There's no doubt about it. I think Trump did the right thing. The real question is, why didn't Biden, who basically pardoned everybody, why he didn't pardon his fellow drug dealer? But I'm not up on drug dealers. I don't really know that much about them. But it's been a nice spirited debate. I've actually enjoyed quite a lot. What's the last thing I want to say? Yeah, I don't know. This was fun. It was a good time. Had a great time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grid. Flow State, Powder Dusty.
I enjoyed myself as well. I will say that there's a lot of pearl clutching going on by the opposition. They feel some certain sort of way about bad people doing bad things, which is basically the gist of what I heard. In reality, this was a massive miscarriage of justice. He wasn't guilty by the letter of law, nor the spirit of the law. And I think that if we really want to look at who's dangerous and impacting society harmfully here, we need to look at corrupt cops, entrapping law enforcement, dirty judges, and malicious prosecutors, not at a dude who made a website.
Thank you, Flow State. And Ghosty to you. Oh, you're muted, honey.
Thank you. Okay. So yeah, the main difference again between sites like Craigslist and eBay is they, one, are not intended for the sale of illegal products or goods and services, which Ross Ulbricht did intend his platform to be used for. He also worked with these drug dealers. He was aware of them. He authorized these sales. He profited from them, and he intended for these illegal sales and goods. So there's a huge difference. He got a kingpin statute, which is like basically the same, which is mostly used for cartel leaders. And that is a minimum, actually I don't know the minimum, but it's a life sentence, like almost always, usually. So, and Trump's pardon, again, wasn't on principle. It was just for the votes of the libertarians. There was other terrible things sold on there, again, like cyanide, body parts, weapons. He actually tried to open a separate site called the Armory, which wasn't very popular, so we shut that down. But yeah, he intended for these sales. It's not like he had no idea what he was profiting off of. He facilitated, he aided and abetted, he conspired to distribute drugs or whatever. He facilitated and distributed these drugs and a lot of other terrible things. It was his philosophical beliefs, and his pardon is not what's the word? Not justified. Yeah.
Thank you, Ghosty. Nina, to you.
I could not agree with you more. I think that we really have to notice from this conversation that Ghosty and I came with information, we came with facts, we came with like logic here, and we noticed that like basically we're getting just nothing. We're getting nothing from our people on the other side, and I really hope that it's embarrassing. I hope that you guys realize how embarrassing this is, that they clearly did not do any effort and do it every single time that we made it a point. They'd be like, oh, you're annoying what, you're stupid. Like, are we really in this type of level of like discourse like right now? Like, oh my god, pearl clutching. I'm sorry that I think that somebody who again commissioned multiple hits, Ross Ulbright thought that he killed 6.
Allegedly.
It is her closing statement, Grid.
I am going to take my time back. Shut the fuck up, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. I'm sorry because I'm passionate on something I'm pearl clutching. No, it's fucking ridiculous to think that I'm pearl clutching the fact that a man who wanted to kill 6 people, he thought he killed 6 people. I know they didn't do any effort into actually looking into this. I did. If you didn't, you know what? I got all the links for it. If you're interested in, I am more than welcome to give it to you if you want to add me on Discord or whatever. But you know what? They won't because they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about any of this. They just want to talk over me and call me stupid because, you know what? As I hope you guys see, they have nothing. Me, Ghosty, did the work. I was actually kind of worried that, like, oh my God, I don't know if I know enough about all this crypto stuff and all of that. We were concerned about, like, doing the work, about, like, looking into this type of stuff. They didn't even fucking try. So I hope that it's as embarrassing as it was to see, as it was to feel, of how much they just don't care. These people have no care about the debate itself. They didn't know anything about what they were talking about. I had so many notes, and now I feel like an idiot. Maybe that's their troll, right? They trolled me real bad by not knowing anything, so they're just too stupid for me to argue with. And it was not about pearl clutching. It was just about the idea that I think that law is probably a pretty good thing to have in this country, but I mean, I guess they're willing to. I mean, you're gonna get cold before I will with your fucking low IQ.
I love it. And thank you to everybody. This was definitely a very interesting one. This goes down as the second worst panel ever. Just
Wasn't I on
behind
the first one?
just behind Jim Bob, Flow State, Resi, and Ice Beans. You guys took second of the second worst. All right, let's hit the super chats. If you feel like you have something to respond, please feel free to do so. If you don't, just shut up and we'll keep moving on. Rude Mudcrap coming with the big 5 says, I was fucking with Bitcoin from as early as 2012. We definitely bought and sold stuff we shouldn't have on Silk Road, LOL. Any responses?
I feel like that's from the pro Ross Ulbright side.
Probably not.
I don't know why you would buy illegal things
like as a
in
response.
public and trackable coin. That's what doesn't make sense to me. Bitcoin is a worse medium for illegal activity than to cash.
Back
Well,
then they
Silk
thought
Road
it
at the
wasn't,
time
though.
though it was like 2013 because again we actually did the work. I know that Ross Ulbricht had Silk Road from 2013 to 2016. I don't think people really had a lot of understanding of what crypto
The
was.
date is not relevant.
It was
Bitcoin's been the same the whole time.
It was
No, if they bought stuff on
2011.
Silk Road.
He started it in January 2011.
The date is not relevant.
It absolutely is relevant because
No,
did
because
you know
what
what
I'm saying
did
is
you
the-
know what
the function
Bitcoin
of
was in
Bitcoin.
2011?
The way that Bitcoin works is not changed.
No,
Well,
it's
he
not-
heard of Bitcoin in 2010, and he had this idea for this black market website, but he knew it couldn't be totally anonymous because of credit cards and bank accounts. So he started it after hearing of Bitcoin in 2010, and the site launched in.
I don't think that you should be embarrassed because you didn't do enough research to understand what my objection is, what my point is that I'm saying. Bitcoin is public. That means that people can see the transactions that
Well,
take
it was in
place
response to that
using-
chatter who said that they bought stuff that they probably shouldn't have, and they were able to do it on the Silk Road.
Oh, yeah. A lot of people thought it was untraceable. Some people still do. I don't know why, but they're, idiots.
Yeah, this was
everywhere.
like super early cryptocurrency days.
Yeah, I was responding.
Well,
I
no.
understand when it was.
Been
I
around
don't
for
care.
years.
I'm not making any comment on when. I'm only talking about the mechanics of the cryptocurrency. It is a worse medium for illegal transactions than cash. That's the only claim. Nothing about the dates of Silk Road.
Yeah, but if you're selling things online, cash doesn't really work,
My
right?
fucking God.
Right? You can't make global transactions with cash.
Yeah, a lot of people I think that crypto is like super anonymous, which again was one of the big things of the Silk Road. That's why he threatened to kill somebody that was going to out all the vendors because all the wallets. Again, it's a really interesting story.
We need to be real here and throw out the whole he tried to kill people thing because if
Well,
he
did.
if that was
That's
true,
true.
If that was true, and if
It
it
is
was a
true.
legally obtained crime,
Well,
right?
I can give you the indictment. He was indicted
They
for
would
it.
have convicted him for it. That
I
would
can
have
read
been a
you.
way-
I can
OJ
literally-
Simpson killed Nicole Brown too. He wasn't
Went to-
convicted for that.
Yeah, he went to court. He was indicted for it. Do you not
I
understand?
can-
Do you not
he
understand?
was also indicted. He was indicted for.
Did they try him for it?
Sorry.
Did they try him for it? Did it
Yeah,
go
they
to
I'm
trial?
just saying-
needed to because
Wha-
he was already convicted for
No, that's
multiple
never
life
the reason why.
sentences, and
That's
what do you mean
literally
no?
never the reason why.
No, it's again because of the fucking DEA agents.
you just
and it
don't-
would make it just like didn't help their case that they already had.
Yeah, it
so they
didn't help their case.
include
One of the
that,
things
which
about
Maryland-
prosecutors are allowed to do. By the way, they don't have to. They have to present exculpatory evidence, but they don't have to present all the evidence that hurts their case.
What's
Yeah,
your
they didn't
favorite
necessarily-
bit,
What?
Ghosty?
What? Wait, what? No, stop.
They have to present exculpatory evidence, but they don't have to include all the evidence if it doesn't help their case.
No.
What argument do you think?
But
you have,
anything
guy?
that's exculpatory,
They have to
they
turn
have
over
to-
all the
There's nothing wrong
evidence.
with anything.
Yeah, but they don't have to present it in
Evidence they've
trial.
ever gathered, you.
They don't have to present it in
So much
trial.
research. This is fucking insane.
All right, we're off the topic of the super chat. Anson Knowles coming with the big five. Nina is using a logical fallacy called red herring to avoid talking about the crimes Ross was pardoned for because she does not want to engage in debate. And you're welcome to
I'd
respond.
love to see
Nina.
that person in the panel
He
afterwards
is. He
because
is.
Well, he's here.
that is the most retarded shit I've ever heard, and I don't think these people know what those words
Oh,
mean.
they've heard the most retarded thing they've ever heard tonight, for sure.
Yeah, I know. You're just gonna say stuff because you got blown the fuck out, okay?
Yeah, we
Oh
keep
my.
thinking that.
Because Ghosty
didn't
and
get
I
blown.
both actually did some fucking work, and you did none.
No blowing on the panel. K2 keep on trucking in with the big five. These girls debating can't cook. They need to go back to the kitchen. Too much emotions in their debating skills. Ladies, you're welcome
That's
to
so
respond.
My
fucking
boyfriend just
retarded. We
presented
can't
me a
cook. Why would we go back
cheeseburger.
to the kitchen?
I want a cheeseburger now.
Maybe we would
I
take
do
another position.
Anson coming in again with another five. There was a separate indictment in Maryland for one of these alleged
Texas,
hitman
no.
for hire attempts, but this was later dropped due to lack of evidence.
Correct.
Everyone
I
is
actually
welcome.
have the evidence or that file, so they're not wrong about the statement.
Fair enough.
But these
Rude Mud-
idiots have no idea what they're talking about, so it's not even worth arguing with them.
Fair. Rude Mud Crab coming with a big five. Throughout the function of the site, did Ross profit from the sales of illegal goods? Debate over.
Yes.
Everybody's welcome. Anybody else?
What was it? Sorry.
Did Ross profit from the sale?
Ross,
get a
Ross
percentage of
profited from all
transactions on the
sales. That's how the exchange works. Just like how Verizon profits from all the cell phone plans. So sure, it was indirectly the same way the courts profited, the same way that the law enforcement profited.
So that's why he was legally liable for him, huh?
Then I guess we better prosecute the prosecutors too.
They were.
The prosecutors were prosecuted?
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that all the entire law enforcement apparatus profits.
Oh
off
my
of
god, you're just
crime.
being that stupid. Never mind. Move on.
Robert Schweitzer coming in with the big five. Love the rage and the flame. Blood for the blood god. Blood sport debates all days. Thank you, Robert. This one definitely got a little cray-cray. Shots fired all across the board. Larry coming in with the big five. Nina is killing it. Thank you, Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Killing those drinks.
Oh yeah, dude. What are you not? You pussy.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't drink.
Anson, I know I've got two non-drinkers on the gentleman's side.
You're still this stupid? What the fuck happened?
I listened to you tonight.
Don't lose your teeth in that.
I'm trying
Oh
to.
my
Well, no,
God.
they're here again. They were just Invisalign. I spent like $2,000 for these fuckers.
Uh-huh. And Anson
They're
Knowles
still
coming in-
falling out.
Yeah, you're too poor to understand what Invisalign is. I get it.
Whose Invisaligns did you steal?
You think I stole the Invisalign of
They
somebody
don't
else?
fit your teeth, apparently.
No, I have rubber bands, but okay. You think that's a really good one?
If
We
you
love that for
if
you.
you squeeze them in the back on the back teeth, it usually helps keep them in place. Anson coming in with the big 5. He was
Only if they're yours.
Anson coming in with the big 5. He wasn't
Adorable.
convicted or pardoned for anything related to those points. This is a fallacious red herring because the gals are bad faith in the debate.
Well, they need to
Ladies.
be specific on those points. They were absolutely convicted on the points that I said in my opening argument. If you are too stupid to be able to even just do a Google search to either me and or Ghosty's points, then that is a problem on your end. I don't know what to tell you.
Anybody else?
For you not to understand what prosecutorial misconduct is criminal.
That's not what that chatter said.
She doesn't care because the boot tastes good.
What is this boot thing? Who's
Boot
liquor?
liquors. He's trying to like.
I think it's a weird.
It's
Boot liquor's
funny
what we're
because
doing.
I don't even know what
Flo
they're trying to get
stating
at.
that. The funny thing is that it's Flo saying it.
I was the
it's
window
great.
licker. Anson coming in with the big 5 again says
Sometimes they're nice and
new
cold.
rule to increase the fun. The gals have to take off an article of clothing and the guys have to put one on for each logical fallacy they use.
Deal.
That actually would be kind of a fun sip and stream night. K2 keep on trucking with the big 5. Is that girl that that's loosen her teeth like 50-year-olds because that's a lot of makeup on these girls? I need to calm down and get some
Hooking something. Hooking.
So I did like the bad
unwind.
fallacy
Something in
of
blow?
or thinking that your fucking community, I guess, like would not realize that these are Invisalign. I don't
My
actually have
14-year-old
my
has
teeth coming
those.
out.
Was that
It's
Naomi
just a
bod?
little bit of a. It's a little bit of a goof. A little bit of a goof. I have multiple trays. If you guys know what Invisalign is, but
Yeah, my 14-year-old has those. When
Why?
adults can get them too. I had to
You
get
better
'em for
check and
big-
make sure he still
I'm
has them.
telling you, I think it's a complete scam for like kids to get because you know they're not gonna wear the retainers for the rest of their life. Like I got braces when I was growing up, and I feel very strongly about this. This is why I'm saying it. I think that it's like complete bullshit to give your kids like a bunch of dentistry because they told me I have to basically wear a retainer for the rest of my life. I know I'm not gonna fucking do that. Come on. And imagining that the idea that like a kid's gonna do that, I'm gonna get like a bar installed. But like, do you really think that your kid's gonna get that or wear that for the rest of their life?
No, fuck no. My kids like. There's no way.
The thing is with orthodontics,
My
it's
wife.
gonna move back.
Look.
It's gonna
look,
if they don't, it's gonna move back. Like
Yeah.
I got my
Now we're
orthodontist to admit to me.
arguing.
My wife is Chinese, and so my kid will have perfect teeth regardless. So whether she has
That
to get in there and
is
straighten
super
them by
weirdly
herself.
racist, but okay. You think Chinese people don't
Tiger-
have shit
Tiger
teeth,
Mom
dude? I'm
meaning you?
Japanese, and our teeth are dog shit.
Tiger Mom. No, that's just my wife. Literally, I didn't even think he was old enough to get braces or Invisalign, and she's like, he's got to get them, and I'm like, whatever. Sorry, kid, I can't fight mom on this one.
All right, everybody go fix your teeth. Anson coming in with a big 5. How do you know if a pardon is justified? Were all of Biden's pardons justified? Just to get a definition of
Anson really wanted to
justified
be in
for
on
the
this
debate.
one.
That's an interesting question.
Anson's going to come in. I have a
I
feeling.
have
hot.
no idea. I would have to look into the details of them. Probably.
Well,
not all of
he
them.
did categorical
fun.
pardoning. So just everybody who, if you got put on house arrest during the cough, because you were say old or in bad health, if you were still on that program, you were pardoned with no regard for what crime you committed.
Yeah, what a lot of what he did was he just what is the phrase where he didn't like let people free. It wasn't like a blanket pardon. He would just commute.
In fact, was exactly a blanket.
It was a blanket
prior to any conviction being made, which has never been done
is not
before.
the same
By
as
the
a
way.
blanket pardon.
You're right.
Right?
I misspoke. It was a blanket
Yeah.
commute.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are fine. That just means basically that they're not. It's very different than what Ross Ulbright again.
A blanket commute. The cash for kids judge. One of them was pardoned. Or you think that selling
that
kids?
was dog
You think
shit.
that
I agree with
literally
you.
selling kids is less
No,
bad
I
than
agree with you.
creating a
That was a really bad thing that I don't think that they should have done. I agree with you.
Biden pardoned people that hadn't even been convicted yet. That's never been done before. Like I'm not even sure it can
No,
be
that's
done.
not true. That's
I don't
not
know that it's going to hold
uncommon.
up in court if they do go there. But it's crazy the things that I mean.
You're
obviously
just making
Biden
up
didn't
stuff.
do
You
it.
have no idea.
He doesn't
Again,
even
you
know what
just say
Syrians
stuff.
are
You have
anymore.
no idea what you're talking about.
I love how nobody
Give
on
him
this
his son's
panel knows what
Invisalign
we're
back.
talking about today.
Really?
K2,
You
keep
think
on
I don't?
K2,
Why do
keep
I do
on.
any work to be on your show, dude? I guess I'll stop doing it then.
K2,
You can
keep
come on my show. It'll be fun.
Oh Lord, don't.
I
do
would
it
rather
without
kill
a
myself.
mod.
We don't do business on at the Continental.
Oh God.
No business on at the Continental.
I don't know what that means.
You're killing me tonight too, Grid.
I know. I'm having a great
Oh,
time
God,
though.
how
This is so
fucking
much
boring and
fun.
annoying you are.
I know
You're
you are.
embarrassing.
I think we're all embarrassing ourselves
keep
this
our volume
evening. Can somebody send alcohol?
I
for
don't think me
please?
and
I need a drink.
Ghosty are
Me
embarrassing
too.
ourselves.
That would
I
be
definitely
conspiracy to
remember.
provide alcohol.
If I was a minor.
I know, but the company that sends the alcohol, her probably has sent it to a minor at some point in time, and we don't want everybody to get taken down in RICO.
If the company was meant for providing alcohol to minors, then
I agree. It should be taken down. Yeah, this is what you guys can't get through your head because you like the idea of just
Black or
nothing
brown,
happening.
which tastes better, black or brown?
Black or brown what?
Boots. What do you think?
I
You
don't think that
boots
they
only come
understand
in
that you're
black or brown?
anti-authoritarian yet, Flo.
You think that you fucks are anti-authoritarian? That's adorable.
I didn't say that, but
He's a
Flo
firecracker.
definitely is.
How? Yeah, I definitely am.
I'm sorry, who is the one
how
that
the
is
fuck do you think you're
sucking
not
the fucking
authoritarian?
balls? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. You prefer balls over boots. I get it.
What?
That's fair.
Who was talking
You
about
prefer
balls?
to suck balls over boots because you're sucking the balls of Trump. Whatever the fuck he says, you'll just agree with because you have
Ask
no
me who I voted
fucking
for.
make
reason to
America
be
guzzle
between-
again.
Ask me who I voted for.
It's so interesting the leaps that I mean.
Ask me who I
the
voted
reaches
I
that
don't
you
think
guys
they're
have.
big leaps,
Michael Phelps.
motherfucker. I think you
I
love
voted
them.
for nobody,
Look
'cause they're
look
both
it up,
the same-
bro.
Show me how.
You're
Show me how.
embarrassing.
Take those
Don't
teeth out and
sexually
show me how to
harass
give a
me.
gummy.
No, tell me. You're the one who's
Gummy.
good at doing
What?
it.
I'm on that microphone. How much of that
I mean, I
microphone
don't-
can you
I
fit in your
don't,
mouth without choking?
Wait, what?
Let's see.
What?
How much of that microphone
what
can you
did
fit in your
just-
mouth
wait,
without
I'm sorry.
choking?
What did you just say?
How much of the microphone can you fit in your mouth without choking?
We have the same mic. You go first.
I don't throat things. Do you throat things?
Oh, pussy! All right, move on.
That's the sound that I want to hear.
About somebody calling you a
Lord.
pussy? That's weird.
Make that throat fuck sound again.
You do it first, dude.
Sarah, you okay?
You guys are killing. This is another. I love it. She's a fucking firecracker. Ghosty's over there thinking y'all are crazy to begin with, hitting us with the one-liners.
I just can't believe Ghosty
Flo
and I
is
know
a
this
total
work.
pervert, and Grid is just off the charts today. I don't even know where you came from today, Grid. K2, keep on trucking it with the big five. So are these girls making the argument if someone ships drugs through UPS, that UPS driver that picked it up is guilty?
Dude, you're
Dumb.
fucking so brain dead. It's
Literally.
if UPS was
Yes.
meant to
Yes.
sell and trade illegal services and drugs, and they facilitated that and allowed that to happen and intended for that to happen, then yes. But no, UPS is just meant
100%.
for legal trading of goods and services. They're not like
Yeah, oftentimes,
Oh
even
my
like even within the context of the Silk Road, UPS or whatever, Ross Ulbright, if you guys did any work to look into the messages he would send, he would be like, you have to like bind up your packages so you can maybe ship it through USPS or whatever. And like, yeah, they were willingly aware of that. I mean, I'm even being I guess more charitable than she's saying, but like, if they knew that was the case, yes, we would both agree with that.
Yeah.
Hello?
it's pretty
Anson
simple.
coming in with the big five.
Yeah.
The debate prompt is: was the pardon justified? Not do you think he should have been pardoned? Y'all haven't discussed precedent of previous
To be fair, that's not
pardons.
true. I told you that I don't think Ross Ulbricht should be pardoned. To be fair.
Anybody
Also,
else?
I don't think those things are particularly divorced from each other.
That's fair. Anson coming in again. President Obama pardoned Clint Lawrence, who deleted unarmed Afghan civilians. It is justified because pardon power is a king's power. It is a royal decree.
You know what's gonna
Anson's
blow
been
this
in
guy's
the-
mind? I don't agree with that.
Anson's been in the liquor. Anson, put the bottle down. He's from Alabama. It's okay. It's not gonna hurt.
She thought you were calling her Anson for a second.
What?
Anson's
No, Anson Knowles.
the one who sent the super chat. All right, Anson, again, coming up with the big five. Y'all are stuck
I guess
in
we're stuck with
legalistic argument, appealing to authority instead of discussing
I tried to
if
get
the
it back
pardon
there.
is justified
nobody wanted it.
philosophically. Y'all ain't lawyers.
Anytime somebody presents facts and evidence, it's like appeal to authority. Oh no.
Yeah.
It's really annoying.
Yeah, like we did the work to look into the info, and it's like just at least with the info we're providing you, don't be like, oh, you're an idiot, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, I'm giving you the info.
But we
Can
already
not have a
said we
conversation related
understand
to
the
it?
info. We don't agree on one point, and that is
I
that
don't give a
there
shit
was
about what you
prosecutorial
agree with, but I'm
misconduct,
giving you
and you
facts.
never
Like, I
quit.
don't understand. Like,
And
you were such a
then
fucking
I kept
idiot
saying
when it comes to this
the
shit.
the prompt is it justified? I believe it is. You never even
It doesn't
addressed whether you
matter.
think it's
Grid, she's
justified or
straight
not.
up
You
Grid,
just
she's-
wanted to talk about the court case. That's why you're stupid, and that's why I just
She-
kind of sat there and
She
made fun of you
straight
the whole
up
night.
asked you what your issue with the prosecution was, and you didn't
you couldn't
We
reply.
gave you specific things, and you never addressed them. You just kept going back to but the charges though. But the charges though, guys. The charges are what's
You know, at
important.
least you could be funnier than me. At least then
I
you could
am.
be, you could
I
be
am.
like the
I am
fat,
not
funny
only
guy,
funnier.
dude.
I'm
Like,
smarter,
you know,
and
at
I'm
least
better
that'd be
looking than you.
cool. Like, I mean, I'm an
I probably.
Asian woman dating a fat, funny guy, but my husband is way funnier than you are. So what the fuck are you doing? Oh God, that was very
Anson.
ASMR. You should do that to get us to stop talking. That was way too in my ears.
I love Anson
She
Knowles.
needs to stop by Sunday nights then, and she'll never leave on Sunday nights.
Oh no, stop it. Makes me
My
uncomfortable.
wife's probably watching this, going like, "Shut up."
Whoa.
Oh, hi, wifey. Anson coming in with a big five. Nina, I'm
Probably
attracted to vaccine feminists who use emotional reasoning and have an undeserved sense of superiority. I'm in Tomatoes Discord. DM me.
So you're willing to be interested in me?
I don't know. He's backstage.
Getting married in 2 months.
Oh, really? Congratulations.
You got 2 months,
Thank
Anson.
you,
You've got
thank
2 months to get in there.
Make it quick.
The time limit.
Carpe
Clock's
that diem.
ticking.
No, my funny fat guy husband, I love more than I.
Oh, Anson coming in with the big five. Ross wasn't charged under RICO's statutes. This conversation is unrelated to the debate prompt.
I agree. I don't know why we talked about Rico.
That's fair.
Well, it was related with the idea of like him having
Well, no,
like the.
Flo was only asking you because he was trying to get you on. Do you believe in due process or not?
She doesn't
But
believe in
generally
due process.
speaking, but generally speaking, there is a legitimacy to the idea that RICO statute being like because he ran a industry, right? So
No, he ran a website.
Yeah, but his employees
okay, I'm
weren't
not
all
talking
in
to
on it.
you guys.
Who are you
Okay,
talking
whatever,
to?
whatever, it's fine.
Fair enough.
Somebody who actually did the work knows what I'm talking about.
Bin talk with the big two. Thank gosh, Nina and Ghosty don't design law.
Oh yeah.
Just they want to argue that, or they just want to say some generic bullshit.
God forbid if
is-
mass heroin distributors like are in jail.
Clutch,
Like,
clutch,
God
clutch,
forbid.
clutch.
I'm just responding to the comment.
Clutching those pearls.
All right, you guys want a 2v2 and What's a game that I'm good at? Pretty much anyone. What's the stupid one? Marvel Rivals? You want to 2v2 Marvel Rivals? I know you guys will get fucking slammed by both of us.
What is that game? I don't know the game.
This is what I'm saying. Exactly like how we actually did the work in the interest.
You're talking about Marvel
You guys are
Rivals.
such fucking loser nobodies,
I think it's
bro.
a
Like,
video
are you
game.
kidding me?
It's a
You don't
video
even
game.
know what? Do you not play games?
No.
No, I don't play video games. No.
Sorry. We're losers. David Harbor coming in with the big 2 just to say, fuck this panel. You're all crazy, but I love you though. Wrongful Rage with the big 10. I just walked in and already want to leave. Who is the drunk chick talking about balls? Don't answer. Just get into the crystal, lady. Yes, and we have our own personal crystal.
The guy on the right.
Enter into that one, all of you. K2 keep on trucking with the big 2. They do not know how logistics work. I believe that's a shot to you, ladies.
Explain it to me, please. I would love to know because I've been asking them all night about how to explain stuff. I hate to do this, but like I really do feel like we're having a little bit of a sexism moment here. Where it's like we came out here with all the facts and they just do not care. And I identify as non-binary personally, so I don't really like to pull that card at all. I mean, I've been a gamer my entire life.
How did your internet get drunk
holy
too?
shit, if you retards have no idea what you're talking about, it is amazing to me that you just like thought that you would,
Give your
take a
internet some
dub.
bread and water, and
Sorry?
we'll refocus. Did you say we're having a sexy
Sober up
moment?
the internet. That's funny.
No, I think you're. I was saying I think you're a little sexist. I think it's the, and I don't like saying you didn't.
I
Listen
think
to anything
that
I
you
said.
said
That's
we're
fine.
having a sexy moment. I agree. This is a sexy moment.
I didn't say that.
Sexy.
Well, the only reason that you would say that is to try and sexually harass me, and that's great for you.
You can't
And
sexually harass
shout
a woman.
out to Ty Cobb with the big 2. Just to
you
say
piece of shit.
nothing at all. Let's just ad hom the shit out of this. Is anybody leaving the panel before I open up the dumpster fire?
Oh, I want to take some. I'm mad right now.
I've got Anson Knowles backstage just for you, Nina.
I got like 10 minutes or so yeah.
I guess I have to ask you though before it starts. If somebody's like going to hyperly harass me, are you gonna actually?
No,
just let it happen, or what?
I usually play it based on the receiver. If the receiver is dishing it back and fucking shit up too.
Yeah, I
then
remember I
let
talked to you
guys-
about Andrew Wilson or whatever, and like sometimes I go on that panel. There's that one guy, and he's sexually harassed me multiple times, and I'm like,
if it's like
it's
sexual harassment,
Is that-
kind of like
is it
no, we don't put up
serious?
with that. If it's like oh god, imperial.
it
I'm not saying
He's
Andrew
not allowed
Wilson
here.
sexually harassed me. I'm just
No,
saying,
no, I'm
like,
saying, was it
No, no, no.
Imperious? Was that the guy who
does he
ran
have
it
like
down?
what is his profile picture?
I don't
I think he just has an eye. Either way, if anybody's doing that to you, they'll immediately be. We don't allow any of that.
he's really
kind
the
of
only
shit
one
here.
I know of that actually
It's
does
more
that.
of the spurging and
I
ad
think he's in
hom
my
and yelling
chat,
at each
actually.
other that we typically like. As long as the
I just flirt.
receiver are
Sure,
as long
sure.
as we're going back
I
and
just
forth.
all right. Just as long as we're
Stop being
You're
All
Stop
right.
it.
Well, let's fuck shit up.
Yes, and I do want to extend my appreciation. I do think that Sarah has been an adequate moderator. I think that there's times where she needs to mind her own fucking business in this space, but she's been an adequate moderator, and I do appreciate her having me on her channel.
Listen, I love you, the Raising Tomato, but I would kill myself doing more red pill debates, okay?
The Raging Tomato, at least she is attempting, like, she's trying to be a comedian. You know, she's trying to be funny.
Women can't be funny.
I was gonna say that very thing, but I knew you would beat me to it. Anson Knowles, what's up, buddy?
Everybody says it. It's good.
Anson, I'm already flirting, so don't you come in here with your sexual harassment.
Yeah. You got a beanie on, dude. You're covering your most masculine feature.
Yeah, my bald head. Yeah, I just have to live with the beard showing my testosterone level. So, not as good as yours, but it'll have to do.
Oh bye.
Bless you, my child.
Let me kiss
How's
this
Alabama
dog.
tonight, Anson?
Say what now, Grid?
How is Alabama tonight?
Oh, it's chilly tonight, man. I went to my kid's soccer game, and yeah, it's been a good night. He was in goal for a while. He got a save, and yeah, it was good. Yeah,
solid work. Solid work.
From what I remember, all right, the dude's pardon in the discussion there.
Sure.
So from my memory, the dude started the Silk Road for illegal activities that he did not want to be traced by the government. Not once,
Oh, man,
twice.
this is a mess.
I think 3 times he got caught. The second time, he took complete control of every transaction on the Silk Road. Therefore, he's culpable. He also, by the notes and chats and the logs that they got, he was guilty. Now, the dirty investigators did get, I think there's 2 or 3 of them that did get prosecuted and sent to jail.
Two
of the
did,
investigators.
several didn't.
Yes.
But he was convicted by a jury of his peers, as everybody gets convicted.
No, he wasn't.
No,
Yes, he was.
Nope.
Yes, it was
Yes,
an
he
unanimous
was.
jury.
He's
Yeah.
100% correct.
Let me point something out.
The judge gave the sentence.
A jury of your peers. You'll never get a jury of your peers in a criminal case because they pull.
Oh, they're gonna move
they
the
pull
goalpost.
jurors from voting rolls. A jury of my peers would be other felons. I bet you they'd acquit.
But you
Let
know what he
me
means by
interrupt.
Oh,
Pardon me for just a moment. I gotta go tend to my daughter really quick. Caucasian Sasquatch is in charge. If he tells you to shut up, just shut
oh
up.
Lord.
All right, and I'll just be 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
This is gonna get real good.
yeah. So
Don't
my
fuck up.
That bassy voice.
my only and Nina, I want to say, I make jokes in the chat, and I don't know if any of my jokes were, I guess, off color and made you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry if they did. That wasn't my intent. I'm just
I
a
don't know
jokester.
who is speaking. I'm hearing some accents here.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's the guy who was leaving all the super chats that you were responding to.
I told you he was from
Oh, the one
Alabama.
that's in the shadows.
Yeah, I'm
In
the
the-
guy in the dark. Yeah,
In the
so
black and white. Yeah.
Oh.
Great film war.
You want to turn on the light?
no, I don't, but I appreciate
God,
the
no.
Okay.
He likes to
my,
black and white.
my only issue with y'all's debate is that y'all never
Okay.
followed the prompt. The prompt was whether or not the pardon was justified. Y'all were stuck in relitigating the actual
Well,
case
the big
that
problem
occurred.
with that, I understand. I actually agree with you. I do actually agree with you because me and Ghosty actually did all the effort into look up. Like, I have a bunch of like notes and all of that, and we actually had our facts there. And I feel like I absolutely agree with you. I wish we could have gone back to the prompt more often, but it was just because these idiots had no idea what the fuck they were talking
Well,
about. And
I
I
also
really
think-
hope that. Go ahead.
So those
I
are
also
all
think
ad
it's-
hominems.
Well, I also think
no,
it's
can we look at-
relevant to talk about why he was arrested because that kind of justifies why he shouldn't be pardoned. I think that's why I focused
Yeah,
on
and,
a lot
and they
of
kept
that.
denying us being able to talk about that because they're like, "No, you don't understand. You don't get it, you idiots!" Like, and
Yeah.
that's what I was getting really upset. But like, obviously, because I get a little passionate.
Well,
about space, it makes
Greg
it fun,
can't
right?
handle women talking.
Well, and
Sure.
and I can understand, getting emotionally caught up in the debate and then kind of losing your spot. That makes sense. But the pardon aspect is what actually interested me. Is that the pardon was part of the founding of the country, and the reason for the pardon is from British royalty, and the model was designed for the president to be able to show mercy when the law was overly severe or when there was a need to calm down political strife.
So then
And
maybe
it's
I should
been-
ask you, what's your position on that? Do you think they yes or no on that one? And then we can
Well,
get into it.
Well, we did bring up that the reason Trump pardoned him wasn't because of principle or because of the like he
Start
thought
dying?
the punishment was too harsh. It was because he wanted libertarian votes, and I don't think that's
He
like a
already
good
had
enough
the
reason to
votes.
pardon
He
somebody.
Can you
Didn't
prove
he?
it?
No.
Can you
Well,
prove it?
So
Yes, there's a literal clip of him talking to Libertarian Party. I will free Russ Ulbright if you vote for me.
Well, yeah, if you go on the Wikipedia,
Libertarian,
it's one
head
of the
Libertarian
first
Party
things.
asked him, he said, "What's one thing you want to get done?" And she was like, "I didn't want to ask for too much, so I just said I just want the freedom of Russ Ulbricht. That's the most important thing to us as the Libertarian Party." That's what she
RFK
said. I
also
literally watched
promised to
a
do
video
it
of
as
her
well.
talking about this.
Yes, it was her son. She said, "Yeah, if you could free my son, that would be great."
No, it wasn't her son. This is the head of
no.
one of the Libertarian Party's heads.
Ghosty,
It was
you're
not
right.
his family.
Ghosty, you're right, and I know that because I'm a libertarian activist who's active in the actual Libertarian Party. You are correct about what you're saying, but the way pardons work, and y'all are kind of getting stuck in the weeds, right? The pardons are justified if the president decides they're justified, right? So as long as you're following the original model of what the intention was for the pardon, meaning if you think that the law is overly burdensome, or if it's to quell some sort of civic issue, and that's the most narrow interpretation possible. The arguments that the Powder Dusty and Grid were using were arguments in favor of the law being overly burdensome. And in that case,
you're being too charitable. I think you're being way too charitable. I think that they had no idea what they were really arguing, and I think that you were being very
You had no
charitable in
idea
their
what we were
position.
arguing.
You're full of shit.
Well,
You had no idea what we were
Yes, of
arguing.
course, because you
come
did a
from a
very poor
biased
job
flow.
of explaining it. If
Everybody
you
comes
do
from a
poor
bias.
job of
Your ass doesn't come from a
explaining-
bias. Your ass doesn't come from a
If
bias.
you think that,
every argument you make
hold on,
is
if
charitable.
you
We can talk
hold
about
on,
how
if
we
you
killed your
think
brother.
that you're smarter than me or something
I
because
am
you're
smarter than you.
so
I do think that.
unable. I don't know how you could argue that, but like if you think that you're, I don't know, able
I
to,
do.
your arguments are nothing besides how to portray them to the other people, right? Like if I could sit here and be like, well, I have the best opinion, and then I couldn't
That is an argument,
I
madam.
couldn't
Run that
display it
sentence
to you. Are
Say
you
that
listening
again.
to what I'm
Say it
saying?
out loud. No.
If I just sit
You
here,
listen to what you're saying,
shut
madam.
up.
Oh.
If I just sit here and I just say, if I say like, I just have the
It's
best
okay, babe.
opinion,
I don't
right?
mind.
If I just say I just have the best opinion, right? And then
Mike's a little
like
rough.
I don't do anything,
Yeah, no, it's
like
good.
then why the fuck would you ever believe me, right?
I don't.
So
yeah, exactly. So exactly,
I
that's what
believe
I'm
that
saying.
you only accept your own
That's what I'm
authority
saying,
and will
like,
accept
the
no
idea-
other source of judgment, and that's it.
Sorry?
You only accept your own authority and what you believe, and that is your only source of judgment.
But
Oh, well, that's not really what I'm talking about. My position being like, if you cannot portray your position to people who are not in the same
But we
camp as you,
did
then
that.
your position
You just kept
you
trying
were
to
kind
go
of
back to
useless
nonsense.
in the way of being able to portray your position.
K2,
Like,
$2 from K2. Keep
You
on
were just
talking. I
treating
don't
like a
think
does that
they
make
know
sense?
I'm
Well,
in.
does that
You're
make
just
sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, they
But
don't
to
understand.
be honest, nobody sitting here on this panel knows exactly why Trump pardoned the man. Only Trump knows why he
Well, I
pardoned
did
the
in
man.
my opening. I'm pretty sure that the reason why he.
I mean, he said why he did it, but and
You're
so
pretty
if-
sure he said why? How long ago was it that he said that?
while he was
campaigning.
campaigning.
That was campaigning.
Well, he went to the Libertarian convention. Like I don't know when was
Yeah.
it?
So
A
what?
few months ago.
We already
He
had
went to
the vote. You
Okay,
can't
well,
admit
let me
somebody's
finish
event.
my
for the
statement,
vote.
and then
You
you'll
already
know
has the
why
vote.
I'm saying it. Because he went to the Libertarian convention. Because not only was it Trump that said that. RFK said that he'd pardon Ross Ulbricht. Jill Stein said that they would pardon Ross Ulbricht. The idea was they just wanted the coalition of libertarians because
that's why
there was
you're
multiple
politically
people who
minded
said they
and
were a
we don't
single
like
issue
right.
voter.
No, we're just
meaning
talking
that
about
they
the
were
justification.
interested
She
in
believes
only
Politico.
having that.
Hold on.
I mean,
So-
if you think I'm wrong,
Nina,
please
you are wrong.
disprove me. Please
I
disprove me.
can
Please,
disprove
please,
you.
please.
I can disprove you. See, the
Okay.
Libertarian Party had nominated a far
All right,
left
give me
woke Democrat as their party presidential candidate. And so all of the conservatives in the Libertarian Party were already going to vote for Trump anyway because the person that they nominated as a presidential candidate was an uber left
Libertarian
woke.
Party?
Dumbest.
Are you talking about Jill Stein?
No, I'm talking about the Libertarian. I'm talking about Chase Oliver. Chase Oliver was nominated as the Libertarian presidential candidate. He was so far left that all the rights in the Libertarian Party voted for Trump.
He's a
That's
massive
not leftist. I don't know
But
what you're
either
talking
way, my point is that I don't think it's
Grid, you're
like
muted.
I don't think
I'm
it's
sorry.
fair to like me personally. I just don't think just because libertarians
bad.
personally have the belief that drugs should be legalized
Nobody cares about the drugs.
No,
the thing
Grit,
is about
shut
the
up.
pardon.
Shut
We're
up.
talking about drugs.
Just because
Let her
libertarians believe that drugs should be legalized,
Decorum.
so therefore they want Ross Ulbricht
So do
free
leftists.
based on their philosophy. And Trump only, like, he doesn't care about that part. He just wants their votes, so he
Who
pardoned
cares?
them.
He already
I
had
don't
their
think
vote.
that's a. I don't think.
need it.
I
He
don't
didn't
think
need
that's
their
a fair
vote
enough
anymore.
justification.
Let me
You're just glad
do
Trump won the
a
election.
pardon me
care-
for just a moment. Let me do a voice confirmation. Are you crazy? Can you please talk to me? Are you
does that mean?
crazy? Not you. Are you crazy? You're on stage. You've got 3. You're supposed to hit the unmute button. 2, 1. Goodbye. Are you crazy? You're not coming up. Let me go ahead and kick you, and then we'll do Wrong for Rage coming in with the Big 10. Go drink some water. Fucking whiny wrong post hose. Woman ain't funny. Yes, we are fully aware we're not comical. We're not funny. We actually suck at jokes, but you still think we're
That's somebody
cute
coping
anyway.
because they know I'm fucking funny, and I am non-binary, so you don't have to even.
I think you're
What the
unintentionally.
fuck is?
Take that.
There's no such thing as
I'm
non-binary.
unintentionally funny.
Oh god. Okay, let's not.
You're
get into this.
There's
unintentionally.
Let's
only
stay on
male
topic.
and female.
Nice cope, idiot.
Oh, Jesus.
I didn't say gender, motherfucker.
Twist while you step. Twist while you step.
What is
Oh my god,
non-binary
being
refer to
so
if it's not
interested
gender?
in that is so fucking pathetically
So
weird.
y'all have still stayed stuck in the legalistic argument around whether or not the
Well,
the
what do you
pardon
want
was
to move it
justified.
into then,
Well,
my
no,
guy?
no, I want to keep it in the legalistic argument because that's what
All
y'all
right,
are
go ahead.
using instead of using the philosophical one. So the way that the pardons were constructed by the founding fathers was that because they had given the president so much power, they had put legal mechanisms in place to remove the president if he overstepped his legal powers to pardon. And therefore, it's only an unjustified pardon if Congress decides to impeach him and remove him from office, because that's the mechanism designed to correct the legal problems caused by overzealous pardoning.
Yeah, but
Correct.
the debate isn't about does Trump have the right to pardon Ross Ulbricht. It's about
Yeah, like
our
anybody.
opinions on whether we think
Yeah.
that was a justified pardoning.
So you keep talking about the libertarian vote. He already had the libertarian vote. He could have
Yes.
said, you know what,
No,
guys,
actually-
I've changed my mind. Now that I'm
Are you
president,
part of the
I just
libertarian
don't
vote?
Trump-
care about Ross Ulbright. Let the guy rot in prison.
Libertarians
you're
voted
meant-
for
stop.
Trump
Look, I let you
more
guys
than
talk. I
anybody.
sat here very quiet. If you're going to, if you're going to make a claim like he only did it because X, and X isn't the case, he
Like
doesn't
what you
have
said.
any duty to pardon the guy. Your argument doesn't make any damn sense.
Great, it does
Yeah.
because he literally said it, and also if you look at the votes,
Who cares?
He didn't
libertarians.
need their vote anymore.
but-
He's president. He doesn't care.
No,
This
he
is his
said
last
this.
term.
He said this while he was campaigning.
Yes,
to get
and
the
he
votes,
got the vote.
And libertarians voted.
Do you
for
understand
Trump
now
more
why these are
than-
dumb people? Do you understand?
Libertarians voted for Trump more than their own Libertarian Party in percentages, more compared to any other election. Like he did
And Anson
sway
just
them.
told you why.
It could be for a different reason, but the reason he said
Why
he was going
would a
to
libertarian vote for a losing candidate?
A leftist.
He wouldn't.
But some libertarians do vote for the Libertarian Party, obviously.
Yes, but again, he already
Because they're
had the
unprincipled.
vote.
Thank you for
He could
proving
have
that.
won-
We thought it
he
was going to
didn't
be a
have to
tight
go up there,
race.
Kirsty.
He was trying to get as many votes as he wanted.
He
Obviously.
already had them.
No, he wanted more.
Did he win or
obviously.
not?
He made that. You know that he made that promise to pardon him before he was elected, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Is that
once
gonna
he's
change your
elected, he doesn't
opinion?
have to
Is
pardon
that
him.
gonna change your opinion? That I'm
But
gonna
he-
tell you right now that I can show you. I mean, I don't know what.
Are you stupid?
You can have the brokies.
Give me a sec.
One big pond. I'm sorry if you're broke. It's not free speech. That is correct.
He's a
And you
deal
can
maker.
try
What
out
the
it for free
fuck are we
somewhere
talking
else.
about brokies, bro? Are you calling all libertarians brokies? Because
No, he's talking to the chat on the screen.
Yep.
Oh. Is that me?
He gave the promise. Oh fuck! What am I doing? Okay, brain work.
I was talking
Okay,
to people who have to steal Invisalign
No, it's
bracelets.
already
It's
3
fucking
leagues
out.
down, baby.
Arian. I know, like, you guys don't like to look up stuff, but I will.
I could promise you the moon, but once I'm president, I don't have to give you the moon.
He doesn't
Fucking
have
Chuck's
to.
right.
Why did they give
It's
them the moon?
right.
Then?
It's
Listen.
good on.
Use your ears. The things attached to the side of your head that you're supposed to fucking.
Dude,
work
I
with.
understand what you're saying.
Jesus fucking
but
Christ!
that
No, you do
doesn't-
not.
I really
Yes,
like
I do.
as Ingrid.
Just because he's
Abuse.
elected now, he could have just lied to them and not pardoned him.
Correct.
But he just
I
didn't
didn't
want to
say
lie
have
to
done
his.
that very thing.
Prove that's why he pardoned him. You can't. Nobody can
Well,
prove
yeah,
it.
nobody can. But if he said it, then I mean, why
What?
else? What else would lead me
I
to believe
said
that
the
he did
moon
it?
was made of cheese. Is the moon made of cheese?
I'm using the evidence that I have to make my opinion, right?
I don't know, but we got a bunch of
but
here.
how about we just grant that he pardoned Ross because he was doing a political favor to one of the most minuscule political classes available.
0.03%.
Almost
And-
exactly what
and-
my point was.
And we just grant that and say, so what? What does that provide to your argument? Because
The fact that he only won the presidential election by 10,000 votes. Do you have any thoughts on that?
that's
This is
unrelated to what I
this is
said.
why you object to Ross, because
Okay.
you're angry that Trump is the president. The joke's
What?
on you, though. They're
You are
both
such
suckers.
a fucking embarrassment that you think that you have to reduce my argument. You are so unwilling to engage with what I'm saying that you have to just say that.
I'm engaging with what you're saying. Stop using
So
ad
then,
hom.
like, why don't you engage
Stop-
with it a little bit
stop
farther?
reducing
Then
me to
why do
being
you think
embarrassing.
that I don't know? I'm a little upset about.
I
Do
think
you
we
think
didn't
that the
take
idea that I'm mad
donations
that
for a
Trump's
room.
president is like
Are you mad that Trump's president?
indicative? That's indicative of the fact that I
Are you
have
mad
no
that Trump's
ability to
president?
comprehend anything that's happening outside of that.
Are you mad that Trump's president?
Oh, absolutely. Are you not?
Okay.
He's really fuck then, dude, because I have
How am I
stocks, bro.
supposed to?
If you have any fucking stocks, you should be pissed.
Oh my god.
I couldn't
Are
write
you
it.
not? Are you
I
just a
could
bunch of
not
poor
write it, like,
assholes here right
this
now?
is
Nina,
great.
did you see what the market did after Trump got announced president?
Do you know what
Right?
the market is right now?
Did
Do
you see
I
what
don't
happened to
think
your
you're a
I'm
poor
happy about
asshole,
it.
dude. Are you kidding me?
The market loves Trump.
Yes.
Said somebody who has no actual money in the market. That's adorable.
I do. I got
You think
250,000.
that it's going really well?
Honey,
What do you have your money in? What do you have your
you
money in?
have stepped far too deep into this
do you have your
one.
money
This is your
in?
one warning.
I have my
The
money in
markets
fucking
love
Apple, and I
Trump.
have my money in like
Here.
fucking like Amazon and shit. Like, what are you talking
The
about?
markets love Trump. I'm going to say that while I'm holding 100 ounces of silver just to prove I'm not broke.
Why the fuck
Unlike
would,
one pawn
why
down
would
there.
having a physical amount of silver have anything
This is
to
just a
do?
demonstration.
This is how much you're a
Look,
low
while
IQ
you're
retard, dude.
scrolling
You think
Invisalign
you
braces are
having
falling out of your
silver
fucking
has anything to do with
I
Trump
kind of feel
and
like
the
she's
market?
harassing us.
Yep.
No, wrongful rage coming in
cheated.
with the Big Ten. I don't even
My
know who
God,
this
you don't know
walking.
anything you're talking about.
I don't even know who this walking
I have a
for Nina
Jesus
is.
Christ.
Piece of
Cope
silver.
and
Sorry.
seethe into your cup, and all of our members hit the Riz donut for wrongful rage. We love him so much. He's got his own fucking emoji over here. We
I
love
love that
you.
you're
Is
getting
that-
$10.
is that
and this person
one
doesn't
cup,
even know
two
who I
women?
am.
Oh my god, this is great.
And
Wow.
then K2 keep on trucking it with the big two. Trump is your daddy.
I thought Chuck was her daddy.
Chuck
It is
is
you know that
Daddy.
they're talking to you, right? You know that like they're talking to you.
Yeah,
It's
and
your
let me
fucking daddy.
let me voice confirm. Are you crazy? Are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh Jesus. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Are we gonna show any penis, vagina, boobies?
Okay,
or
no, I'm
any
gonna
of the
go ahead and
short
bail. I'm gonna
things?
go ahead and bail.
All
If
right,
No,
that's a
thank you.
concern.
Oh, come
Right,
on.
it's been very nice talking to you.
Nina.
That's a concern. I am
That's
going to
the
bail.
action of
Love you
fear.
all. Ghosty, you're awesome. Goodbye.
Whoa. What the hell caused that?
all here.
Wow.
That's panic.
She probably
That
had
was
to
a
poop.
panic quit.
Wait, what? What happened?
She had to poop.
She needs to rehydrate.
She had to poop.
She had too much to drink. She was done.
Yeah, she realized she was just on a full spurg and was like, hold up, I need to send up a balloon.
Caldy coming in with the big. I mean, we always ask that question to anybody that's in avatar mode that hasn't been here
Yeah.
before. So, Caldy coming in with the big 5.
Hey, we see you, brother.
Hello.
Hi,
Um,
how are you?
Hi, Sasquatch.
I like your setup, man.
It's
Thank
a
you.
banana.
Looks like a
Well, I'm
an alien sitting in a spaceship.
Minion. All of
Look
you
at
missed it.
this.
He's a
Look at
minion.
this.
Look at this man.
Dude, he is a minion. He's Grandpa
Yes,
Minion.
sir.
Grandpa.
Uh-huh.
Who the hell called me Grandpa?
Banana.
That wasn't me. You do have an excellent beard, however. Can I cuddle with it?
Do people do know if you tell people on panel not to do something, they're going to do something, right? Like
Exactly. Yeah.
by you
Fact.
telling everybody not to call you Grandpa, your name is officially Grandpa for the rest of the panel.
No, I didn't say not to. I said who did it. Sounded
Oh,
like
did. I said
my
that.
Yeah,
apologies.
he wants
I
to
thought
know
he
who
said
to aim at.
Okay.
Caldy coming in with a big
The
5
only
says
man without a
Flo,
beard on this panel.
Flo,
Big
please
Dave.
explain Bitcoin to
You
them
gotta get some balls to
again.
grow on, Grid.
Jesus Christ, when I read a super
Yeah.
chat, these
Ah,
people
shut
are
up.
paying to have their words read,
Yeah.
not to be interrupted. Caldy coming in with a big 5. Flo, please explain Bitcoin to them again. I need another hard laugh.
Bitcoin has a public ledger. That means it's way easier to track where it goes and who's spending it than, say, cash.
How do you think they recovered the money from those folks that held ransom on these companies?
Yup.
Well,
Okay,
they had their Bitcoin on a public exchange platform, so they just went to Coinbase and had them freeze the Bitcoins. That's why they were able to take it. If they had put it into a thumb drive, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to take it back.
Right.
He did have a lot of Bitcoin
But
in
nobody
thumb drives.
nobody is using a thumb drive to transact on a web platform. Like
Unless you're really smart.
So did you know that one
I
of
don't know what this
one of the
disproves.
guys who worked for Ulbright actually stole something like 550 coins or 50
Yep.
something like 500,000, whatever it was, some a ridiculous amount of coins, and then it split, and so he divided his coins, and when he went and made the transaction, that triggered the alert, and the feds eventually found him, and he had the rest of the coins on a single board computer under his floor. Like they were never going to find that shit until he went and actually made a transaction. And
Right.
But the minute you make a transaction, it's like sending up a red flag. It's easier to track than almost anything else, except credit cards.
Yes. Yes.
So, you guys.
Grid, did we just touch
I
tips?
don't know what that proves.
That's what the blockchain. I mean, it wasn't to prove anything. It was just a point that
That you failed to
that
understand.
crypto is not good for using for illegal transactions. It's too easy to track.
Yeah, I just want to clap back to Nina's last point. Ghosty, you are awesome.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh yeah, no, I like the way you interact with people. I really enjoy it. It's better than most of the people who eventually become angry and spurg out. Because even though you're, by my political position, fairly weirdo, you're a rational weirdo, which I can accept. So more power to you.
Yeah, and Caldy, the way that blockchain works is those transactions are processed externally.
It's safer than credit cards, though, right? And when Bitcoin first came out, people did believe it to be a anonymous way. I mean, people to this day believe, like, if they want to make anonymous transactions online, the best way to do it is Bitcoin.
Arguably, both of them, you're going to need a government agency to want to look at it, right? Just one of them, like you could arguably have more privacy under like a credit card transaction where you need a warrant to access it.
Okay, but I guess like people didn't want their personal bank accounts linked to these transactions where they like their family members could see them.
Bitcoin
and
was
stuff like that.
advertised as being untrackable for a while. It's not.
Exactly.
It's also
That's
not
why-
new gold. It's actually a terrible fucking asset.
That's why he went with Bitcoin to start his platform.
Yeah, he had the idea for a while, but he didn't launch it until he discovered Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And he did set up that site for illegal purposes.
Pardon the Tiger King.
Porpoises.
Pardon the Tiger King.
Porpoises, you know the
like giant fish with air holes.
Yeah.
Porpoises.
Porpoises.
I'm pretty sure you could eat them on Friday.
I bet it's a great steak. Porpoise steak. I bet it's a great steak. Sailfish.
If you eat tuna fish, you eat porpoise.
You're not wrong.
So Ghosty, since you're the only one left here who I guess opposed the pardon, what is your criteria for what you consider to be a justified pardon?
I guess if there was, I don't know, I don't know. I would have to
What
like.
about the Biden pardon that were unjustified?
Which one? I don't know much about Biden's
The
pardons.
blanket pardon for crimes they have or may commit without even being charged.
So this is for the group. I didn't do this during the debate because it was too easy. But who was the victim in Ross Ulbricht's crimes?
The people
Society.
the people who
Society.
There was that one kid, Preston, whatever, who OD'd from like the party pack he bought. There's drug users, like people who get addicted to these stuff, people who ruin their families because of drugs.
They don't prosecute
sold
drug
their
dealers
kidneys.
for somebody ODing usually. So
Wait, drug dealers don't get. Wait, if drug dealers are afraid of their clients ODing because the police then start looking into them. Like they do not.
But they look into their
ODs
dealing. They don't look into
Adam,
them.
drug dealers are afraid of their clients ODing because it reduces the number of their clients.
Well, that too, but it also does. It leads to
That's why
investigations.
Well,
I know
they
drug
should hold
dealers.
them to the same standard as they do a bartender then.
I know drug dealers who like have had people OD off their stuff and they go low. Like they are quiet for a little bit after that.
You know these people and you haven't turned them in yet?
Why haven't you turned them in?
You need to be picked up for racketeering.
So do you prefer like
I'm not
low
facilitating their distribution.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Sure you are. By
I am
not saying anything, you are.
Yeah,
I
silence
don't-
is violence.
I don't have their platform.
is
Like I'm not creating a platform for them.
I know drug dealers is what-
I am the drug user. So again, I've already talked
I get
about
where
the
you come
difference
from.
between the users
Well,
and the
the
distributors.
guy next to you was a drug dealer.
Technically.
When you have
He was an
addiction,
importer
it's, like,
exporter.
different.
All right. Let's let her
As
cool off
your
for a minute.
lawyer,
Let's
as
shoot
your
at somebody
appointed
else.
lawyer, I suggest that you say it only in World of Warcraft or some shit because I don't know.
It is a
client
federal
just kidding.
crime still.
My client is just kidding.
Yes, even marijuana is still a federal offense. Right.
Nobody brought up things that don't matter but you.
Yeah, Flo brought up a good point.
But that mattered. Marijuana doesn't. No one's talking about drugs
On a
that don't.
federal level, it does.
Okay.
So what?
So, Ghost, you were absolutely right though about that libertarian convention. Like, so I have a lot of friends that went to that, and we're serving as in various roles, and I have friends that are in the actual libertarian upper echelon of their organization, and it was a.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know. It might be time to call it a night.
Ross.
Yeah, you guys have been awesome tonight. It's
But
been
that
really
doesn't
great.
really matter because presidents
unfortunately, I haven't been
trade
able to pay
favors all
attention to
the
the
time
chat,
as
and
part
I
of
haven't
the
had anyone
process.
over
I mean,
here
all
that
presidents need that for
could
pardons.
work the chat for
You'd
me.
have to
If
indict
you've been with me the whole
pardoning
time
power in
tonight and
general
watched
to
this
indict
debate. I
that as being
apologize. It was a
unjustified.
fucking train
Well,
wreck.
I guess I'm just like
But,
not okay with that.
you know,
Again,
it's
I'm not, like, the
and
biggest
now
political person, so I don't know about like the history
Nina
of
saved
like,
her
all the
rage quit
pardons and
until
Biden pardons and shit
until
like
after
that.
the
If I
debate.
heard
That was
about
awesome.
them and it was just to
Anyway,
negotiate votes and stuff.
I can't stay much longer. I'm going to have to get
depending
out of
on,
here,
like, what
but it's
the
been
crime
awesome. You
was,
guys
I
have been
probably
great.
wouldn't be okay with
And
it.
I
It
hope
was
you enjoyed
personal
the
photos.
debate or the
If you're
rage,
okay with drug
rage
dealers, which you
fest.
clearly are, then what is the source of your opposition to this pardon?
Well, the site, I mean, it did sell more than just drugs, and drugs.
He's just a bigger drug dealer. That's
Drugs
all.
do ruin lives, and it was.
But you're okay with drug dealers.
Ruining lives.
This is on a major level, and
It's the same.
I'm only okay with drug dealers for all the wrong reasons. That it's not
Why-
like a good. It's not like, oh, I like drug
Why
dealers because
are
I
you
think drugs
not
are a
okay
good
with
thing.
This
I'm gonna be
drug
a few
dealer?
minutes,
Nobody's saying
guys.
drugs are a good thing. I never said that, and I think they should all be legal. Why are you okay with this? Not okay with this drug dealer?
I mean, I guess morally I'm not okay with like most drug dealers, but I just
But one
happen
that
to
you know
enjoy
you're fine with.
drugs.
But you're fine with your own drug dealers.
Yeah, your drug dealer
Because
good.
I enjoy drugs, but I
Yes.
understand drugs are a bad
And
thing.
so did the people who purchased from Silk Road.
We can tell.
Yeah, but I know that drugs
It's the
hurt
same
people.
difference.
So did they.
Whether it's your corner salesman or this guy, they're the same people.
So
Should
the
my
only
drug
drug
dealer-
dealers that you want to go to prison are the ones that you don't know.
Well, I would say my drug dealer probably definitely deserves to be in prison, like 100%.
Then why aren't you putting him there?
Do you want him in prison?
Because I'm not a snitch. I'm not trying to get out in all that and shit.
Do you want him in prison?
Are you gonna?
Probably not. He's kind of a
Double
nice guy.
standard. Double standard.
Yeah, rules for thee, but not for me, and she's perfectly fine with that as long as she's the one making the rules.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean
Yes.
The site
Yes.
was a black market site. They also sold things like cyanide.
All
and
drugs
and
are black
weapons,
market.
And hitmen. They sold hitmen on that site.
Allegedly, no, but that was never proven.
He was never charged.
No, you're talking about did he ask people to kill somebody else? But there were hitmen sold on that website for murder for hire
okay.
How do you know your drug dealer isn't hiring
You
hitmen?
keep saying things like they're facts, but
I don't, but I
no
don't know.
one's been prosecuted but the one guy that was entrapped. You keep saying things like this actually happened, but not one person.
I'm not saying that I do believe that he hired people for murder, but
You can believe whatever you want.
I'm
but-
saying on the site there were listings murder for hire as well. It
But
wasn't
Grit,
just for him.
he did take over complete responsibility for every transaction.
Okay.
Which is absurd.
Yeah, it is that's a lot of transactions. Apparently, made a lot of money. But regardless of that, if you can't, why aren't the people that supposedly sold the drugs? Where are they?
All over the world.
Okay, why are they not in jail?
Because they can't track them. They're using the
Wait, what?
Tor browser, which
So
is
they
anonymous.
can't get the guys who are guilty, so they get someone else instead. What is he, Jesus?
No,
Does he die for everyone?
again, if you assist in a crime, if you assist and facilitate and aid and abet,
you
are charged with that crime.
That's what you're doing then, Ghosty. You're doing the same exact thing.
I'm buying drugs. I'm buying drugs.
You're facilitating the man
I
selling
am
more
not
drugs.
creating a marketplace for drugs
Yes,
to be
you are.
sold. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
I am not. I do not.
You're buying them, therefore you're contributing to the market.
I stated at the beginning
seller
of
only
I
does
stated at the
Welcome,
beginning of my
Crucible
opening
guys,
statement,
girls,
I would
and
treat
lads.
distributors different from
We
drug
are
users.
in the middle
And
of
they
at the
are
end of the
treated
debate.
in the
Guys,
criminal
this sound
law
is a great
differently.
one.
Makes you feel better?
We
Because-
have
because-
No, because it's two
absolute
different
blast.
actions.
The
there
the
is
one
no receiving,
actual pain in the ass has
pardon
already
me,
left. She ran
without,
away.
having a
But now
seller,
we've got
and there
a
is no
great,
seller
a
without
great thing going on. We're going
a
to be talking
receiver.
a little bit longer
makes
about
sense.
this. So come on in, get comfortable,
But
keep
it's
the
not
super
the
chats
same
coming.
thing.
Unfortunately, I
Just
won't
because they
go
meet
read
each
the
other doesn't make them
chat,
the
but
same
that's
thing.
okay.
Being a drug user does not make you a
You are
drug
more
distributor.
direct. You are directly in the transaction of drugs, whereas
Yes.
Ross was indirectly in the transaction of drugs.
But he facilitated it and
So do
authorized
you.
it.
So do you.
Again,
Have you ever driven?
no,
Hold on,
here's
By
the
paying
problem.
a drug dealer.
I got cut this down right now.
Okay.
Have you ever driven a friend to a drug dealer for them to utilize that dealer's services? Don't
Probably.
answer
Uh-huh.
that because that is directly abetting both sides of that transaction.
That's being a drug buyer again.
No. If
No.
you are trafficking the individual to the location, to the
I'm
point of
buying drugs
transaction-
myself. I've never driven somebody to buy drugs where I haven't bought drugs myself.
Trust fund.
Let me try it from a different angle, Ghosty. Let me help you out here. So I get what you're saying. I understand it. It's cool. The reason that you're getting so much pushback on this is because the only guy they prosecuted was the one guy that they entrapped, that they put a undercover agent in who ended up, by the way, getting thrown off of the case, and they haven't put another one in because he fucked it up so bad.
That's not
Remember?
necessarily true,
They
though,
put
because
two of
any
them in
But it
jail
is
that I'm
true. It's not-
aware
it
of.
doesn't
there
matter if
were
it's-
other drug dealers that were caught selling on Silk Road and selling and buying in massive
okay.
quantities on Silk Road that were also prosecuted. So they were also prosecuting the drug dealers
But you
if they were
just
able
said
to
that-
track
I
them.
just said, where are these people? And you said they're all over the world. I said, why aren't they
Yeah.
prosecuted? You said they can't find them.
Well, like they can't go after they can't find every single person just from the Silk Road website. But there were like some packages that were caught in the mail, or drug overdoses that led to a dealer, and these people were obviously prosecuted
It
once
led
they
to a
were caught.
dealer? Not Silk Road dealer?
A Silk Road dealer,
I'm
yes.
confused, but it's okay. It's okay. We'll get back to that.
If
What is
somebody
the-
was
We'll get back to that in just a moment
Right
because
ahead, right
that's
ahead.
Gerard coming in with the big 20 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. And yes,
Damn.
just we've had to send a lot of people into the crystal this evening. So if you did get hit with that membership, you do have your own.
Ladies and
beautiful
gentlemen, it has
crystal
been a
emoji down
high
there.
quality crystal
Compliments
night
of Just
tonight
Gerard,
because,
ladies and gentlemen.
man, this
Enjoy.
debate has been off the hook.
So,
the amount of people who are using
Ghosty,
who
I
are
have a
okay
question
with,
for you. While Grid's
with Ross
Mike is
Ulbright
muted,
being
nobody can hear what he's saying.
locked away for life.
The
double
espionage.
is
He
these
must be
two
talking
ladies
to his
were
own
absolutely
audience.
insane.
Yeah, he's
And
talking
the
to
only thing
another
they could
panel.
do. was
Okay, so
throw
there were
cards. It was
3
crazy.
Chinese
You guys missed out on
citizens
a
who
good
were
one, but we're gonna keep
pardoned
going.
by Joe Biden. 2 of them were pardoned after being convicted of spying-related charges, and the other one was convicted of possessing over 47,000 images of PDF file material.
Ew.
And they were all politically connected Chinese citizens. Now, knowing through what we know about Joe Biden's money that was received through the Chinese government through his son, wouldn't it be possible to say that he was paid to do favors for the Chinese government, like releasing politically connected Chinese citizens who were convicted of crimes back
Wait.
to them?
Biden pardoned people arrested in China?
No, in the United States. Chinese citizens arrested in the United States. 2 of them for committing crimes related to spying, espionage, and acting as a foreign agent. And the other one for having 47,000 PDF file images.
Okay, yeah, obviously that's not a good pardon.
Okay,
If that's
now,
true.
yeah. So that I keep going back to like getting a definition of what a justified pardon is, because that was the debate
Well, I
prompt.
guess it comes down to a moral stance or like a personal opinion, right? Because it comes up to the president's beliefs, essentially, and I just disagree with Trump's decision.
I think maybe the question of whether or not you can justify the pardon is really where we all land. Can I or you or Grid individually justify the pardon yourself?
I did. In my opening, I justified the pardon like in spades.
Okay.
Do you want me to read it again? I got it right here.
Read it again, Grid.
I clipped it and I use it for nightmare material.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh man,
your voice is like fingernails on a chalkboard, bro.
That's exactly what I was going for. I'm so happy now. You've made me happy.
But I use it to make my nightmares more bright.
Ghosty, why do you think that it was an appropriate sentence of 2 life sentences plus 40 years for Ross Ulbright?
You make an example of him, since this was like the first largest dark market.
Dark
black
web.
market.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
there was $1.2 million in sales of illegal goods and services.
Have you ever seen the way that cops accrue how much street value a drug is worth? It's absurd.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is based
so
on
how-
the
okay.
money that was made.
Okay. All right. So, okay. So you think it's your reasoning is that his crimes were so heinous that they deserve 2 life sentences?
I
Plus
mean,
40 years.
I could say maybe it probably is a little bit overkill his sentence, but
Okay.
probably a life sentence or close to it
Why a life
I would
sentence?
agree with.
Who was his victim?
Again, all
Society at large.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you
That's a
running
fancy
a
way of tricking people into thinking that there was a victim when there wasn't a victim.
Yeah, there's no
You
victim.
just said the state.
Yeah.
Drugs do hurt people. People are having their kidneys sold.
Those
people
people
are selling
bought
illegal
those
weapons.
drugs.
People are selling cyanide. Like this.
Okay,
this
hold
is
on.
hurting
Now
society.
I got to stop you, Ghosty. I got to stop you. Those people bought those drugs. They went out of their way to buy those drugs. It would have been easier for them to go down to a street corner, but yet they had to get a very specific web address and go through the trouble of getting Bitcoin. It's a lot of hoops to jump through just to get
Most
some
people
drugs.
who bought the drugs were dealers themselves.
Okay.
So they're just buying drugs in bulk to sell to other people. So it's not like most of the transactions.
I don't
like
I don't
people-
have that information. Do you have some proof of that?
Does your dealer buy in bulk?
Probably.
If he's smart.
I thought dealers, if they were smart, did credit. I don't know.
Oh, we got a super
I'm not a
chat.
drug dealer. I have no idea. So get that TTS there. I mean, not TTS, but get the super chat there.
Appreciate
All right.
you, Grid. Wrongful Rage coming in with a big 10. First, you buy drug. Where does that money go? Dealers have suppliers.
Ladies and
Those
gentlemen, I hope you're
suppliers have
enjoying the
agendas.
remainder of the show
Some do
tonight.
human
We are on a
trafficking,
panel
death squads, and
with the
more
leftists.
nefarious things.
It's crazy.
Think,
It's
woman.
weird. You missed out, though. The real
send
show
those
was a little
Riz
earlier.
donuts if
It
you
was
got the membership. Send them
I
in
got
for
this
Wrongful Rage.
for the dumbest person I've ever debated, and I am
And you're
right.
welcome to respond, Ghosty, because
You
I think
folks
that was to you.
missed out.
I'm
sorry, but you're here
I pretty
now.
much know my
Join
dealer
in. We're
is
going to
not
continue the
involved in
fun.
Human trafficking.
Come on along.
He's killed people. I don't
pretty
know.
much.
He's probably.
Oh, hold on, madam. If your dealer is dealing in illicit drugs, he's buying them from illicit places. Those
Okay, but
illicit places
I know.
deal
I just-
in human trafficking.
I know these people personally. I've met them when they were young. I've
Uh-huh.
known them for a very long time. I can't know for sure, but I'm
Make it okay.
like, I don't know.
No.
It's not like he's part of a cartel
Ruled for thee and
or
not for
some
me.
shit.
Sure he is.
Exactly.
Sure he
Again,
is.
I got to
He's
go
not.
back
He's part
to
of a
hold on,
local
Ghosty.
gang.
Calm down. I know you're tired. I'm trying to make.
I'm
I'm
totally
trying to be
calm.
really
You know,
calm.
it's so
You can fucking
patronizing when you do
relax.
that, Grid.
I'm
It
sorry.
is.
Like, you
He
do
does
know
it.
that.
I'm
It's
literally
I do
like
now.
freaking out.
I could
I do
see if
now.
she was. I could see if she was
You
5
come
years
across
old,
as a
but
pompous ass.
it
Look me
is.
Well, that
straight
was
in
what I
the
was
eye,
going for.
Brad B.
So
boy.
I succeeded there, but I wasn't actually going for the rest. Pompous ass is definitely the look I was going for.
It is.
Good.
Acceptable.
Nailed it. So Ghosty, if people who do illegal things are buying illegal things from an illegal website, why does that? Who is the victim there?
The people's lives who are affected by drug use and by their kidneys being sold.
I love the cope. I do.
You don't think drugs hurt people? Not only the
Drugs are bad.
user, they hurt their families,
Okay.
they hurt
You
society.
chose
You
to
think cops
buy
hurt people?
drugs.
Yes. Cops hurt
But you
people.
use them. You still use them though, Ghosty.
Yeah, it's called being a drug addict and it sucks a lot.
Well, I never said it didn't. I don't really know, but
So the victim is the person who willingly buys the drug.
And their family and society. Drugs hurt families. It hurt my family. My dad was a
But
heroin
Ross
addict. It
isn't
broke
hurting
my
their family.
apart.
Ross is
Grid.
not hurting their feeling. Their
May I?
family. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
The victim was the state who could not tax those transactions.
That's what I said in my start. I literally said that. Yes.
legalize it,
Yes. You get me. You really get me.
I told you we touched tips.
Yeah. That'll give you nightmares, Sasquatch.
That's gross as hell.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
I'm aroused.
These guys need a room.
Jesus Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first.
Don't king shame me. I thought you were the party of freedom of expression.
Ghosty, do you remember a chick named Brittany Griner?
Ew.
Yeah.
So she was in Russia and she got arrested for drug charges.
Yep.
And Biden traded a prisoner in the United States who was
Hold on. Traded the Lord of War Go ahead.
Yeah.
The Russian spy guy, yeah, that was probably a bad trait for sure, especially while we had Marines like still stuck in Russia and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
because Brittany Griner was
Ladies and
doing
gentlemen.
something that hurt people because she's such
I'm
a
having
bad
so much
druggie. I
fun.
mean, which one was worse, the druggie, or the Lord
it's
of
really
War?
good tonight.
Because based on your
Ghosty is
logic, you know,
not
it's
a troon.
awful to society to
Ghosty
have
is a legit girl.
drug-related
to be honest with you.
activities. So
Do you
I
think
mean,
two things
I got to
can
be
be
honest.
bad at
This
the
is
same
great.
time?
You guys,
I'm just trying to figure out what your
Do you think
fun
drugs
earlier,
can be
but
bad
We're
and
still going to
war
make this
crimes
fun.
can be bad? Yeah, probably.
Don't forget
right?
to to
Well, I don't know.
Just
I
because
drift well
something,
and drift
just
often.
because there's a crime that's worse
Because,
than something else doesn't mean that the
this is
lesser
this is
crime
great.
isn't still bad.
Except for the
Like
tip
assault
to tip
isn't
part.
probably as
He
bad
makes
as
it
murder.
weird.
Should we
He
just
makes it
stop
weird. But he
worrying about
got me.
assault crimes?
Got where I was going
So
with that.
I
Murder's
agree with all
worse?
that, but for the sake of a pardon conversation, all the people pardoned have committed a crime because that's a precondition to being pardoned. So
No,
they're
it's
all
not.
guilty of something.
No, it's not.
Not
I ha-
anymore.
again,
it is.
like I'd have to look into
Biden
individual
just gave out
cases.
blanket pardons for no crime.
I got half a dozen of them.
And
No
I'm
crime,
the
no
grid on this. I've never heard of the concept of a preemptive pardon being granted. I don't even think that's listed anywhere as a thing that
I don't
can
think it's
happen.
legal. He just did it. Or I mean,
Yes,
his
I
handler
don't think
did it.
it's illegal either.
No, he's not. Biden. He's
Yeah,
not.
but Biden didn't do that. He just signed
Biden
the paper.
didn't do that. His handler
Somebody
did
else
that.
wrote that trash.
Yeah. Yeah. Man.
When you get pardoned, you're absolved of your Fifth Amendment right of self-incrimination because you have committed a crime, and by accepting the pardon, you have admitted your crime. And so
through the pardon, yes,
yeah, and that's a historical fact because that's been tested before. So the fact that if you get pardoned, you are a criminal and you probably have hurt people. I'm just trying to figure out what your threshold is still for what justifies a pardon, because that's the whole debate point. And without knowing what your justification is for a pardon, I don't feel like there's any kind of question about who won the debate.
I can't give you like a definitive
So,
line.
Darth
Like,
Maul,
it's a
dude.
case-by-case basis, right? Like
I have
can't
no
just say,
personal knowledge, so you could be
this
right.
is the
I have
exact
I have no
finite
personal knowledge, and
line
I'm
of
going to
what
tell you
should and
something.
shouldn't be. I
I'm
would have
not
to be
getting
given a
personal knowledge of
case-by-case
that.
basis, and in Russ
Ghosty
Ulbricht's
can
case,
be whatever
I don't
Ghosty wants
think
to be.
he should be fully pardoned.
And that
So it's
that's
based
fine
on
by
your
me.
feelings?
You
Yes, it's
it's
based on my opinion.
it is crazy. It's been a crazy night.
So-
You missed out.
But in her defense, that is exactly
It's
the
been
nature of the pardon power, is that it's specifically case by case. There's not supposed to be a blanket anything involved. It's supposed to be you were guilty, but that went too far. That judge was corrupt. This was inappropriate. Pardon.
Right, which is why I went back to the whole argument for if the power is being abused, there's a mechanism to reverse it, and the only way to know if it's justified is if it's been reversed by that mechanism.
So I think a better question would be to the people who agree with his pardon to ask the reasons they agree with the pardon, specifically.
Well, then you just get into a conversation of back and forth about whose feelings are what, and that
But
doesn't get
that's
anywhere.
That's what the debate
Unless-
is. Do you
well,
agree
no,
with the pardon?
This is about feelings when it comes to pardon, because
Yeah,
nobody knows what the reason is.
Speaking of feelings, Trib One coming up with a big two. What should Ross's sentence have been?
Fair question.
15 years basic felony.
I mean, the thing is that I think really the only thing you could possibly get him for is maybe trafficking. Maybe. I mean, you'd have to prove it, which I don't think they did.
You could probably pull some level of money laundering out of there too if you.
Well, the only money laundering he really did was not pay taxes on the Bitcoin that he hid. Right? It's not like he didn't pay taxes on the money that he claimed. Right? Like his business showed a profit. He claimed that.
Yeah, but you're just agreeing with me with a long way around.
Well, I think that his sentence, I think his sentence was totally justified. Yeah, I think that you have the legal system that you deserve, and he deserved to get treated the way he did because our culture has allowed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a different take. I don't think
But
that makes
that-
sense. A minute on that one.
Well, it does make sense if people didn't want the legal system to be the way it is, then they'd change it. That's why we have
Yeah.
things like pardoning power to correct it when it's overzealous.
Anson, to those who don't know, he's one of those you get what you vote for people and then laughs at you about it. And I love it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I want it to all burn
Anson
down.
believes voting.
Wrongful Rage coming in with a big 10. My drug dealers are nice, but their supplies would bury a mountain of bodies to hide their crimes and do. Don't say your dealer is good. They're peddling misfortune. Take it from an ex-bad guy. Oh.
Yep. Back.
From two.
Back.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Where's Flo State? Because this came in on your end, Flo.
He's really
He had to go take a hit.
He's
Wrongful
right.
Rage.
Boy, he's shooting shots tonight, son.
Pow pow, right? Hopefully it's not the one that kills me.
I hope not.
Thank you, Wrongful Rage, for the $10, and I agree.
What are you agreeing with? Oh,
I'm agreeing with the reality of what's behind the present
number
drug
one.
trade. That's why it should all be legal, so that you can be an addict and not have to engage with criminals in crime.
Right. Let's take the least of evils that we could find. Your basic marijuana, right? If you could go to the corner store and pick up the marijuana, it would be a lot easier and you wouldn't have to deal with criminals to do it. But instead, you have to go to criminals who are into all kinds of other stuff, and you have no idea what. And in order to acquire this largely completely harmless thing, you have to deal with these very harmful situations because it's black marketed.
But do you think legalizing things like opioids, I feel like so many people would go and buy them. They'd be easier to buy, and it would be just such a detriment on society. Like it already is, but it would be more so.
Only for a short period, and then they would die.
Do you feel that because
they
of your own personal bias and experience with it, and not taking into account that other people have self-control?
I had self-control for many years.
And
and almost all opioid users have self-control for years, and it doesn't end that way.
Do you think the bill
lacks self-control, sir?
Even when I didn't have self-control, I was still a functional addict. I was still working, and I mean, I might have been falling asleep at work and stuff.
That's your opinion.
I was functional falling asleep, but I was functional.
We've all nodded off here and there.
I was there.
Right? No, Chuck has no idea, man. He's speaking from outside the box here. Like, he's never been sitting at a funeral nodding out because of the Xannies kicking in.
Oh my goodness. Pumpy coming in with the big 5, just getting here. But I support coke and strippers. Thank you, Pumpy.
Is that true? Is that true, Chuck?
Is what true?
You've never nodded off anywhere?
I could sleep
Not
on
on
a
drugs.
But drinking, he has.
Oh, God, yes.
What was that one time we were on panel and Chuck was over there snoring?
Well,
We had
that's
to,
old age
we had to
there.
throw him backstage.
Yeah,
I
that's
took a whole
old
last
age.
short out of that and then took it down.
So, Ghosty, I've got a question for you related to the drug conversation. The United States has spent $1 trillion on the war on drugs since it started. So do you think that if that money were spent on treatment and cultural related things to help people treat the problem as a mental issue instead of putting them in cages and then releasing them and having them OD 2 weeks later, which is the norm, do you think that that would be a better way to help people like you who are struggling? Because if you could just go to rehab and get a facility that's clean and good anytime you wanted, and then have social
All right, ladies
support
and gentlemen.
afterwards, don't you think that would be better?
Let's get those likes up. Let's like, subscribe, do all of the things.
I believe in rehabs, but
Throw
I
in a
think
little
they
grip if you
are
can.
kinda,
If you
like,
can't, that's okay
purposely
too.
meant
We
to have
understand
their
you coming
customer
over
return
from
and return
Andrew
and
String.
return
They only work if
You
the
guys,
person wants
again,
it to work.
if you get a chance, you might want to watch the VOD on this one because it was lit.
sculpted differently to actually help addicts more than
channel.
I would obviously.
So do you think $1 trillion could do that? Do you think $1 trillion could
the
sculpt
Raging
that better?
Tomato is because you're on my channel and I am
Next time, take this approach. Name one person that $1 trillion saved.
Me.
Yeah.
And that's why
Yeah,
that's why you're not on the
I think the war
Raging
on drugs
Tomato.
is, like,
Although
largely
I may
bullshit.
send you guys over there in just a few minutes.
You have to use the
We
present
can
tense.
all agree on that.
So,
that we can
yeah.
agree on.
Yeah.
And there's a way to stop it if they wanted to, instead of filtering all this money the way they do.
What is the way to stop it?
You declare national emergency and bring in the army to stop everything
That's your
coming in.
answer for everything, Chuck.
No. I'm talking about stopping it at the borders.
So how do we stop then the people within the army who will then take up trafficking?
You shoot them on the spot.
Now that is true. That's
not some of it.
He's got a point there.
Okay, now we have the army with license to kill anybody they see with drugs.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, how do we know?
If you catch a service member proliferating.
Okay, so now we've got service members shooting each other. Are we better? How are they fighting drugs effectively if they're shooting each other? Chuck, God damn it, you just destroyed the military.
You make them stronger.
So Ghosty,
Well,
did
you
you
gotta
know
have
that
goals.
people who are released from prison within 2 weeks are 129 times more likely to OD?
I mean, that makes sense because when you're clean and you use again, you typically use the dose you were
Same amount.
using.
Yep.
and you
Yes,
OD.
sir. Yes, ma'am.
Fact.
Lost many friends to that very fact. You get out of prison, you get out of rehab, they're out for a week and a half, they hook up with one of their old people, and next thing you know, you're getting that phone call and buying flowers and saying words, and
So
I
wait
had
a
my
second.
friend
you
OD
both
in
were
my
drug
room
dealers?
because of that. What?
Holy fucking Rico.
He didn't die. He didn't die. I Narcaned him, and the ambulance came, but it was very scary.
You
What's
just
that
have
movie
that
where they
stuff
take that
on
needle and
like
go whack?
supply.
Yeah, I had it everywhere.
So
We give it out for free.
we're back to talking about drugs. When I asked about were the victim of Ross's crimes. If society is the victim, then how is life an appropriate punishment? That's crazy. That's
Because
absurd.
you do what's best for society because we're formed as a society. If we were living individual, that'd be one thing, but we're not. We're a society.
Sure, but again, and actually I agree that Ross should have served some time. I'm down. I'm with Sasquatch on that. I mean, he probably should have done a double nickel or something, but
wrongful gets
Double
it.
nickel? You mean a
He's saying
dime?
the thing. A dime, bro? He wants me up on 2 charges. That's what he's saying.
Double nickel sounds more gangster though.
It does.
It's the hat. It's the hat. What does it?
It is
Ron
that. It
Farage
turns-
coming in
turns
with
you
the
into-
Big 10 says, when I was in and you owed people, you met a bad man like I was. And we always get paid one way or the other. I got smart and I got out before my ticket was pulled. Now I work towards redemption. Praise be Jesus.
Solid.
Praise
And that
be.
was over on your
I
side,
said
Flo.
exactly the same
And I appreciate, and
words.
this is actually the perfect way to gain redemption. I don't know if everybody knows that, but donating to Powder Dusty is
Well,
actually
he is
the
the
best
panel
way to-
pope.
You got to put the
And-
hat on for that.
I'm not putting it on. I didn't.
So-
I'll put it on.
At any rate, so that's why I just keep coming back to why do we think a double life sentence plus 40 years is an appropriate sentence, and that's why
Because of the scale of the crime.
Yeah, I
The
think
scale.
most people, me and Nina were saying like it was a bit excessive, but they were trying to make again a point out of him. They were trying to use him as an example. to
right,
not
and that's
do
wrong.
this.
That's miscarriage of justice. That's exactly why.
Yeah, he wasn't a corner drug dealer though.
All by itself,
Right, he
that
was.
is a justification for
It
pardon.
amplified by 100-fold. At
He
least.
wasn't a drug dealer at all.
Judges use
he literally wasn't a
making an
drug dealer.
example out of people for consideration in their sentences all the time.
And that's why people get pardoned, because
And that is a
prosecutors get
miscarriage
greedy.
of justice. Just
That
because
is exactly
this is the
why
is
that
ought
happens.
question, right? Damn it. Fuck, I just turned into Jim Bob.
Oh my gosh.
I'm telling Jim Bob on you. I'm telling you. Someone timestamp this.
You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
Ship it straight to Jim Bob. Oh my God, I can't wait to say it.
That was
Slow,
your
Bob. We'll
You
call
did
him
that.
slow, Bob.
You heard it here first.
So, Flo, that's
know
why
how
I
to
was
get
leading it
that
in.
one is odd problem.
Next thing
Yeah.
you know, he's gonna have a really weak beard and like a Minnesota accent.
So
Shoulder.
Flo, that's why I was getting Ghosty to admit that it was just her feelings that she was basing everything on, because I was going to lead her into the is-ot thing. But you did it for me, so you can go ahead, man.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
I mean, here's one thing when you're getting down to the question of pardoning and drugs and stuff. Just like when you come across somebody who deals in crypto, they're going to be more lenient on white collar crime than they are on hard crime. Whereas someone who has addiction and is in that system will naturally be more lenient on those that have the same problems and issues that they have. This is the natural bias of our species.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have got to call it a night. I am like
actually
tired and
try to reduce
get up in
that
the morning,
bias,
a lot
but
of
I'm
stuff
not
to do.
sure we should.
I usually
We're being
turn into a
dishonest
pumpkin
and
around 11. I
disingenuous when we
decided to
do.
stay a little later, so we got an extra hour in.
If you're candy
You, ladies
coating
and
your
gentlemen,
opinion
have
to
a
the
great
world,
night.
how
I'm
will
going to
you
send
ever
you over
reach
to
whatever ideal you have in the first place?
the Raging Tomato, and you're going to have a great time over there.
And
have
Ghosty,
fun,
because you were framing
be
a lot of your
cool.
points on
And remember,
the morality
your
of
glasses if
law,
you need 'em.
basically saying that the law is this,
Use my
so
mouse.
that's the way it ought to be.
Not working. There we go.
Well,
Be cool.
the-
Wear
Did you say
glasses
it
if
was
you
the way
need
it
them,
ought to be,
and
or
get
it's
off my
the way it
lawn.
is?
See ya.
Right, it's the way it is. But